Nick, our esteemed, he's just simply saying it's time to eat. And so please come and enjoy a really nice breakfast with us. And if you're done, and if and when you're done registering, please come to the far end of the room, and we can get you served and get some coffee, whatever you require in terms of refreshments, and bacon and eggs looks like it's on the menu. So anyways, just a friendly announcement this morning, and then we'll hand the reins off to Nick Crichton, again our MC for this year's Clean Energy Forum.
Okay, got Mike.
Good morning, good morning. If you're just getting here and registering, you got about 20 more minutes before we get started with the grand entry. Breakfast is on that side. Just follow your nose to the bacon. You'll be able to find out where the buffet is. So again, we got about 20 more minutes. Grab some breakfast and some coffee, and we'll get started here soon. Good morning, good morning. We're gonna get started in about 5 minutes or so. We just had the last few people that showed up late for registration. So once those late registrants are finally get their name tags, we're gonna get started with the grand entry. I'm talking about you in line. You guys showed up late. All right, can we get the veterans, the dignitaries, First Nations Power Authority staff, the board, all by the vendors? We're gonna line up for grand entry. Speakers, elected officials on the list. Please go to the vendors, and that's where we're gonna line up for grand entry. the panelists, the speakers as well. All of the FNPA board, please go line up with the vendors. Any more dignitaries, veterans, elders, knowledge keepers? We want to get started here with the grand entry right away. So if you're one of the panelists or if you're one of the speakers and you haven't gotten up yet, please go and line up. Thank you. If you're on the board, if you're a speaker, if you're on a panel, please go and line up. We want to get started with our grand entry in a good way today. So again, if you are a sponsor, if you're a speaker on a youth panel, any of those kinds of things, please go line up for the grand entry. All right, Nigamuk boys, getting started with that grand entry. Everybody, please rise for the grand entry. All right, Iron Nation, can we get started with that flag and victory song, please? Ningamuk. How about that? Iron Nation from Big River First Nation. Thank you for that beautiful grand entry. I want to first start off by acknowledging our veterans, Marcel Heikirk, Tracy Degerley, Dale Baldhead, Daryl Paint Nose, Rick Gamble, and of course, Dutch Leroy. Big round of applause here for our veterans holding our flags and our Eagle staff carried in by CEO Guy Lonechild. Before we get started, I would like to now call up Guy Lonechild as the flags get put in their holders, and he'll open us up with some welcoming remarks. So help me in welcoming Guy Lonechild.
My man. Give a round of applause for his shirt, hey? That is stylish. That is so nice. And of course, to our elders, our beloved elders and our veterans and our pipe carriers this morning, and to our grandmothers. Yeah, give them a round of applause as well. Thank you. And again, just to acknowledge in our own way as proud Indigenous people, Cree, Saulteaux, Dene, Lakota, Dakota, Nakota, all nations right across the country. We are so pleased and proud to be, that you're here proudly representing Indigenous culture, Indigenous languages, people, your communities. Where we come from is a very special place with very special things that we undertake. Each and every spring, there are ceremonies that happen. Those ceremonies are what ground us. And I was so pleased to go home to my community of White Bear First Nations in southeast Saskatchewan just a couple of weeks ago to participate in a rain dance and sacrifice and not take any food or water for a couple of days at least. But I think it's important to recognize that whatever we do in our daily lives, that we are all in this together. I'm going to butcher this. Edley? No, I won't. It's Dene. I forget the title of our new report. Urla Nede. Urla Nede is a Dene word that we are all in this together. And why are we all in this together? We're in this together because we have challenges with Mother Earth. We have challenges around sustainability. And we have challenges to keep our Mother Earth clean, the waters, the rivers, the sky, the land that we enjoy. And so, yes, it is about emissions reduction. Yes, it is about electricity affordability and reliability. And you'll hear lots of dialogue over the next couple of days regarding that. We are so proud. I'm very pleased that our staff, our consultants are all here. Give them a round of applause for putting this all together. Mr. Tony in the background. Our board of directors, please wave if you're board of directors here. I know you're sneaking away, Albert. Chris, Chief Felix was here. Wave if you can, our board of directors. Thank you very much for the support that you give us as staff members and as consultants to do our work. And of course, to the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations, we had Chief Bobby Cameron here, who will be joining us this afternoon. Of course, Vice Chief E. Dutch Lara is here, proudly assisting us with our beautiful grand entry this morning. And I think Dutch is the longest serving executive member that we've ever had at the FSIN, Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, now it's known. How many years, Dutch, have you been there? Total? 25 years. Give him a round of applause for his service. It's a long journey. It's a long road, but he does this day in and day out, goes to communities. I've been proud to serve with other executive members like former Vice Chief Lawrence Joseph, former Chief of the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations. The list goes on and on of people who tirelessly travel to our communities to try to do their very best in helping to make this world a better place so that justice can be served for our people. And the reason we do this in an Indigenous way is because there's a new era in Canada. And if you haven't heard, this is a deal-making era. Right across the country from BC to the Atlantic, you're going to hear from people who have direct on-the-ground experience and are witnessing this new era. Get excited about it. Why? Because it's going to make our people healthier, wealthier, and more well off. This relationship we have, this treaty relationship that we have in the prairies, is not a one-way conversation. It's a conversation about two parties going side by side, whether you're paddling a canoe or just walking together. It's about benefit, equal benefit for First Nations people and children and families and communities. And so we want to talk a little bit about what those rights look like. We're going to start off this morning with a great presentation from my son, Andre Bear. Andre, are you here? Welcome Andre Bear to the stage in the next little while. I'm not saying right now, but absolutely. He is living in Toronto, and went back to school and got his law degree, and I'm so proud. He's inspired my own daughter to do the same, Darian Lonechild. She's not here today, but she's getting called to the Alberta Bar on August the 6th, and I'm just shaking right now. Absolutely, I really am. Maybe I don't look nervous, but when you're on the path, to recovery, to rediscovering who you are, to be proud of who you are. We're all in this together, and we need to lift each other up. We need to make sure that what is happening for our young people at the First Nations Power Authority in terms of their dreams and their aspirations, we're going to celebrate that. We're going to celebrate that tonight at our Chairman's Banquet, our 6th annual Chairman's Banquet, and give away scholarships to young people so that they can pursue their dreams, whether that's north or south of the border across in other places of the world. So there is no choice but to take a Team Canada approach that includes Indigenous worldviews and Indigenous knowledge and languages. Let's repatriate those languages. Let's walk together in a very kind and gentle way, in a more kinder and gentler way. And the reason we say that is because we get caught up too much in our titles and our roles, and that's really not who we are. You know, I wasn't given this title of the CEO or the president when I was born. But we all have leadership qualities, and I wish the very best for you. I wish the very best for this next couple of days for you, and to take what you can out of it, the networking that happens, the people that you enjoy talking to are here, and please reach out to any of us if you have anything that you need over the next couple of days. So I'll end there. We have some exciting announcements. I won't blow what's happening tomorrow here, but we're going to make some major announcement tomorrow. I know some of you are here and you've been asking questions about that. To all of our sponsors, SAS Power, Atkins Realis, I'm going to blow this now. Our major sponsors. Help me out, major sponsors. Bruce Power. Bruce Power has invited the First Nations Power Authority to be on the new nuclear advisory panel. The Ontario Power Generation did the same thing. We're working with 80 First Nations in that province. We're hiring. We're looking for good quality people in Ontario, in Saskatchewan, in Alberta, and hopefully in New Brunswick. I had a great opportunity yesterday, and I'll just say that my passion, one of my passions is golf. Thank you to all the golfers yesterday. We had 33 teams strong in the pouring rain that finished. 30 of those 33 finished in the pouring rain. To raise money for young students. So Joe Cuisance, our chief, has been around for some time. We're going to honor him tomorrow night as well with the scholarship in his name. I wish for all of you to join us tonight. If you don't have banquet tickets, please let us know. We're going to have a great time. Rebecca Strong is here from Canada's Got Talent winner, won $1 million. $1 million. Yeah. From northern Saskatchewan. So I know her dad, Glenn, and just amazing talent. So let's rise up. Let's lift each other up the next little while and have a good day. May the Creator bless each and every one of you. Thank you for coming. Oh, back to Nick. Yeah.
Big round of applause there for Guy Lonechild. So tan san nitsiga Nick Nitsiga sun from Sagip Sagaigan Iskun Ganik. Mioki Sagao, today's going to be a beautiful day. I want to welcome you all to the 8th annual First Nations Power Authority Cleaner Energy Forum. Again, I want to give it up for the drum group, Iron Nation. Let's give it up for the drummers, the dancers, Kakasiu Ahenakiu, Dennis Morrison III, and Kimuan Ahenakiu as well. I also want to acknowledge, just as Guy acknowledged our knowledge keeper, our pipe carrier, Peter Nippy, for starting us off in a good way. It was a beautiful way to start this 2 days for the Cleaner Energy Forum. We're excited for the panelists, the youth that are going to be speaking, all of the dignitaries and guests that are here over these next 2 days, and I'm excited for the gala tonight. I also wanted to mention, Guy mentioned the gala tonight. If you registered and that means you're here, you do have a gala ticket, so you don't need a ticket. You're already here coming tonight. So anyways, with that, those opening remarks here, I want to now call up Andre Baer. Big round of applause for Andre, and he'll start us off with our land acknowledgement.
Beautiful. Okay, so I came here thinking I had 30 minutes to speak. I look at the agenda and I only have 15, so I'm gonna start a timer here, and if I go over time, that's too damn bad. Just kidding. Danse, no agumagante kitamskate na wakakyo na nask mo nito tawik. Oshinia wa skiju sik. My name is Andre Bear. I grew up in the Little Pine First Nation in the city of Saskatoon. I'm a registered band member from Canoe Lake. I'm one of the many children adopted by Guy and Leah. I'm his daughter's best friend, Darian Lonechild, who you know now has just become a lawyer in Calgary, Alberta. And no, he doesn't have any more biological children that we know of. Guy and Leah were the first to take me on my first real vacation, and I'll never forget the lessons in life that they taught me. How life is not only about struggling as an Indigenous person, it's not only about fighting the government for what we're owed, but beyond the burning passion of our activism, there must also be joy. If you're wondering where they took me on vacation for the first time, it was in Palm Springs, California. And this is where we stayed in La Quinta and where I now travel back to with my partner every year. Never sacrifice your joy. No matter what has happened to our people, we must remember that life is a gift. Our lives are a gift, and what better way to show our appreciation for this wonderful gift than to enjoy it? I come from humble beginnings, growing up in the city of Saskatoon with my mother, who was a residential school survivor, and my two older sisters. Together, we've overcome poverty, addictions, homelessness, and even the child welfare system. I was kicked out of 4 different high schools before I was ever able to graduate: Mount Royal, Bedford, Newtana, and one in northern Alberta. It wasn't until I attended my first ceremony that everything in my life began to change. I began sundancing at 17 years old, and this gave me what I needed to transform my identity from being a victim into a hero of my own story. This is where I became the youth representative of the FSIN, the co-chair of the AFN National Youth Council, and I even became an advisor to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations at 21 years old. I became a high school teacher at one of the high schools I was kicked out of. And then I finished law school at the University of Saskatchewan, where I finally made my home, now in Toronto with my beautiful partner. It was through practicing our spirituality that I was able to become my higher self. And this is something that I believe each and every one of us in this room has the ability to do. And it's through our ceremonies that we have access to our spiritual identity. And through these ceremonies, nothing is impossible. It's through these inherent rights that our ceremonies, where our ceremonies are protected. And in order for us to transform our lives and enjoy everything that our ancestors have left behind. I remember when I was a kid, I used to eat out of the fish basket in my nation. Today it's so polluted, I don't think you could eat anything from that river without dying from poison. I was born with this treaty right to fish, but that was taken from me over time on my land. And with these inherent rights, these inherent treaty rights also come sacred responsibilities to protect the gifts that we've been given by the Creator. We've seen already how places like New Zealand have begun protecting their rivers and providing them with legal personhood status to prevent them from being polluted. This is our future now, and to make laws that assert jurisdiction over every sector, to begin exercising our inherent treaty rights to protect our environment and save our planet. In order for us to determine where we are going as a people or as a country, we must determine where we have come from. There are many creation stories, and many of which I can't tell you. Because for one thing, there's no snow on the ground. And if you have ever broken protocol and played with fire as a kid, you wouldn't want to piss the bed either. It's a joke. When you're told as a kid you can't play with fire or you'll pee the bed. So there are other things, however, that I believe are also equally as important to recognize in this world and to determine what we believe as sacred. The thing about treaty is that it is one of the most sacred things that our ancestors have left behind. It was through this agreement that a promise was made to our Creator, that we would become a family for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. I'm biased, but I believe Treaty 6 is the most important of the treaty territories because it was here that we have the medicine chest clause and agreed our health would be taken care of in exchange for sharing the land with the Crown. I'm going to share something that I've never shared publicly before because I think it's time now and because I still haven't given FNPA my invoice for speaking. One morning, I was at a Sundance Lodge, and if you don't know what that is, I invite you to provide tobacco to an elder and to ask them about it. But in this ceremony, there was only a few old men that were awake. It was about 5 in the morning, and the sun still hadn't come up yet. I sat quietly with these old men for a short while, until one of them looked at me and said, "The day that we stop having these ceremonies and we forget about the Creator," he said, "that's the day that this world will come to an end." He said, "Don't be afraid, because the Creator loves us so much. He gave us all of these ceremonies to help us in this world. And for as long as we have these ceremonies, we will always be okay." He said, "There are wars happening all over the world, and Mother Earth is sick from all of the pollution and the imbalance that's been created by the greed of mankind." He said, "Don't be afraid, because as long as we still practice these ceremonies the Creator gave to us, no matter what, this world will never end." It was said that is why we have never seen natural disasters in the Great Plains, because of our spiritual connection that our ancestors have had with this land. It's also been said that we will never see natural disasters on our land for as long as we have our ceremonies and we keep practicing them for the Creator. Today, I'm sharing this with you because this is the vision that our ancestors had carried through our treaty relationship, that one day our ceremonies, our spiritual understanding, and our relationship with the Creator will inspire this country to see the value of balance in the same way that we do. It was that morning in that Sundance Lodge, sitting with those old men, that I realized the true meaning of treaty, that we are all here for a reason, you are here for a reason, to awaken your spiritual identity and to set an example for the rest of the world. Welcome to Treaty 6 territory. Hi, hi.
Another big round of applause. Young leader in our community, Andre Bear. I also want to acknowledge Tony Quinones for the beautiful audio and visual. So big round of applause for Tony at the back. He's waving, he's standing up there. He does this every year for them. He's the documentary guy, does excellent work, very beautiful. We're gonna have a youth panel. Will be our next thing after right away. But I want to you guys need to liven up a bit. Andre was making some pretty funny jokes and none of you guys were laughing there. It's okay to laugh. We were talking about it at our table. It's a way, as Indigenous people, it's a way that we heal. We use laughter to heal from our trauma, and it's a way that we tease each other, so please laugh. So I'm going to have you guys kind of oblige. We'll do a little quick activity. I took biomechanics class when I was a kinesiology student many years ago, and they taught us how to stand up straight. And a lot of people, even that guy in the back, he's standing up a little crooked. How about you guys all stand up and I'll show you how to properly stand up straight. You guys need to wake up. You guys just have to follow my directions, okay? This isn't a game of Simon Says, but I'll help you guys out. So basically what you want to do, you don't want to lock your legs. I see a lot of people locking and leaning to one side as if you're from White Bear. If you're from White Bear, you're usually just leaning to one side. That's not good for your lower back. You want your ankles, your knees, your hips, and your shoulders all aligned, okay? And you want your ears aligned as well. Errol, come stand here. You guys can all hear me? You want your ears aligned, you want to roll your shoulders back. You should feel a nice little release, because most of us have lower back pain, complaining about lower back or all that kind of stuff. I saw a guy was struggling sitting down during the pipe ceremony. Anyways, but a lot of people, they don't know how to properly stand, so how I tell people when they're confused, you stick your left arm straight out in front of you, your thumb to the ceiling, and then you wave your right arm like this, and you put it by your ear, and then you start. That's guys, dance moves. Make sure you don't lock your knees in place because you're putting pressure on your back and stand up nice and straight. So anyways, with that, sit back down. We'll get started. I now want to, now that you guys are nice and loose, we're going to have the youth panel come up. I'm gonna call up Michaela Woodward. Big round of applause for Michaela Woodward.
Sorry, I'm short. I need to move this a little bit. All right. Welcome, everyone. A warm welcome to all of you gathered here today for the 8th Annual Indigenous Cleaner Energy Forum. It is with great enthusiasm and reverence that we are here to highlight a crucial aspect of the clean energy movement, the invaluable contribution of Indigenous youth. As we gather here on Treaty 6 territory and the homeland of the Métis, we acknowledge the deep connection that Indigenous peoples have always had with the land and the natural world. Our ancestors lived in harmony with the environment, understanding that our well-being is intertwined with the health of our planet. It is a great honor that I can stand before you today as a proud member and representative of the team at First Nations Power Authority. We are an extremely driven organization with the purpose of representing all 74 First Nations in Saskatchewan, but not limited to, as we encourage and want to hear from all the voices of the First Nations across Canada. Our mission is to drive change in the clean energy movement and to benefit Indigenous communities and safeguard our planet for generations to come. By providing accountability, transparency, and creating and maintaining trust with our shareholders, our job at FNPA is to collaborate and ensure Indigenous communities are properly represented in Saskatchewan's mission to move towards a cleaner future. But today, we face a global climate crisis that threatens this delicate balance. But within this challenge lies an opportunity for us, as Indigenous youth, to rise up and reclaim our traditional knowledge and practices as we lead the way towards a cleaner and more sustainable future. By engaging Indigenous youth in the clean energy discourse, we not only honor our rich heritage, but also harness our ancestors' wisdom to propel us towards a more sustainable world. Our ancestors developed these sustainable technologies and practices long before the concept of clean energy even existed. They harnessed the power of the wind, sun, water, and lived in harmony with the land, representing its natural cycles. Now it is our turn to build upon this legacy and embrace the clean energy revolution. We have the potential to become leaders in the development and deployment of renewable energy sources, creating jobs and economic opportunities for our communities while protecting the land and water for future generations to come. As we navigate the challenges posed by climate change, it is imperative that we listen to the voices of this Indigenous youth. Our ancestral knowledge, rooted upon the respect for the earth and its resources, offers a transformative perspective on how we can embrace these clean energy practices. By empowering Indigenous youth, we empower our collective future. But our role in this clean energy movement goes way beyond technology and economics. We must also be advocates for environmental justice, ensuring that Indigenous communities have a voice in shaping the policies and projects that affect our lives. We must demand a just transition that prioritizes the needs of Indigenous peoples and respect our inherent rights to self-determination. Today, let us reaffirm the commitment to supporting and amplifying the efforts of Indigenous youth in the clean energy movement. As young people, we have the passion, creativity, and determination to drive change. Let us stand in solidarity with these young leaders, recognizing them as guardians of our planet and torchbearers of a sustainable tomorrow. So let us use this panel as a platform to share our stories, our ideas, our vision for a sustainable future. Let us inspire each other to take action, to innovate, and to lead. Together, hand in hand, let us embark on this journey towards a greener, cleaner, and more equitable world, guided by the wisdom and passion of the Indigenous youth. And with that, I am very excited that I have the pleasure of moderating this panel up next. So I would love to call up our panelists for the Indigenous Youth panel. Mesa Kennedy, Michael Shorting-Bear, Desiree Maurice, Jonah Ratt, and Caitlin Kitsan. Is this working? Yeah, everyone can hear me? Perfect. Okay, so, hi everybody. Good to see you all up here. Okay, so I want to kind of go through introductions first. So introduce yourselves, tell us where you're from, what you're doing with work, your plans, your passions, all of that. So let's start.
Hi, my name's Desiree Maurice. I'm originally from Pine House Lake, Métis Nation, Northern Region 3, but I moved and relocated to Lac La Ronge Indian Band because I found that the community just called towards me and I really love the nation, so I wanted to go back and help. But I also began a job as a community energy coordinator for Pidhisiwiskatu, our community energy plan. And I started about 11 months ago, and I had no prior knowledge before I had entered this program, but as soon as I got into the job, I have a wonderful mentor who has taught me so much. The opportunities were endless, and the opportunity to learn was endless. So as I became a little bit more involved and a little bit more excited about our future. And a lot of the work that I do is talking to youth and trying to get youth involved in the clean energy space. So that's my story.
Test.
Hi, my name is Jonah Rat. I was born and raised in Lac La Ronge area. I'm from a little reserve called Sucker River. I've been working with the Lac La Ronge Indian Band Community Energy Team for about 1.5 years now. I've done a lot of training towards retrofitting homes, and I also work as a northern home technician doing assessments so that we can provide home retrofits to our people in our communities to help lower their power bills and give them a more comfortable sense of living. And yeah, that's me.
Gotta make sure it works. Hello everyone, my name is Michael Schroding-Bear. I'm a third-year social work student and a second-year business student at the First Nations University of Canada. I've met the degree requirements for a social work degree from the University of Regina. We're just introducing ourselves, just a bit about. Okay. I'm from Long Plain First Nation in Manitoba. I moved here in 2018 to pursue school, which I've been doing for about 6 years. I have a passion for advocating for Indigenous youth. I myself was raised in a child welfare system from 0 to 21, so that's driven my passion for advocating for the rights of Indigenous youth that are often, suppressed or ignored or pushed aside. So that's my passion and why I'm in school right now. I'm at FNPA as an events coordinator, just working with the team to run workshops and ensure they operate smoothly. I ran the golf tournament yesterday with the help of my teammates, and then here I am today helping run the forum as well, and I'm also a panelist. So that's about what I do. In my free time, I like to journal and ride a bike, and I'm a photographer on the side. So that's a bit about me.
Hi everyone, my name is Mesa Kennedy. I'm a proud Korean Nakota woman from Carry the Kettle First Nations. Right now I'm studying psychology. I'm in my last year of psychology at the University of Regina, and I have a minor in Indigenous Health Studies. Right now at FNPA, the work that I've been doing is a lot of outreach efforts for FNPA, as well as attending workshops, enhancing my knowledge. As Desiree, I'm very new to the clean energy sector, and I have been learning a lot about it during my time with FNPA so far. At the end of the summer, I will be also conducting research. So my project will include how, a guide for First Nations communities on nuclear energy, potential health risks, environmental risks, how you can protect yourself from radioactive matter, and and storage options as well. So that's a little bit about me.
Hi everyone, I'm Caitlin Kitsan, and thank you, Michaela, for inviting me to speak on the panel. Like some of my fellow panelists, I'm quite new to the clean energy. I grew up on our family farm near Yorkton, Saskatchewan, but last June accepted a position as operations manager at 16 Safety Services, which is an Indigenous and woman-owned and operated business right here in Saskatoon. And in the last year, I've had the opportunities to learn lots about clean energy and also do some work in Indigenous communities that I'll touch on a little later. So thank you.
Give it up a round of applause for our panelists. We have some impressive young people up here. Okay, so you guys already know I'm Michaela Woodward. I am a Métis woman from northern Nipawin, Saskatchewan. It's way up there, like 3 hours north of here, so it's pretty far away. But I am in my last year of cybersecurity at South Carolina. I'm on a volleyball scholarship, so that's why I'm in the States. But I'm very close to being done. At FNPA, I work on a lot of the nuclear initiatives that are going on in Saskatchewan, and Guy and Noel have given me a lot of opportunity to work in that sector and kind of provided a path for me to continue in the nuclear sector once I'm done school. So yeah, that's a little bit about me, and I'm excited to moderate this panel for you guys. So, starting with our first question, how can young people play a significant role in promoting the adoption of clean energy solutions in Indigenous communities?
So it's really important, in my opinion, to begin with the youth. A lot of the education that I got as a young child in science and stuff, it really motivated me to actually get involved in math and science. And once we started in my school, I grew up in a northern community, very isolated. So we didn't have a whole lot of accessibility and a whole lot of opportunity to actually get hands-on. But once I did, it stuck with me, and it really made an impact on like my soul. And when I learned about like waste management, or like how horrible it is the way that we've been taking care of all of our waste, or like the home with the oil, or the fact that our propane is like $800 a month, it really, really sat with me, and it sat wrong. So as a youth, when I learned, I began experimenting different ideas. I began looking outside the box because I was younger at the time. So my opinion is that if we begin with the youth, they're so open-minded, they don't have these experiences that hold them back anymore. So we could come into the schools and we could teach them about clean energy from the very basic fundamentals of it, all the way up to these are the opportunities that you can get. The biggest thing is reminding these Indigenous youth that there's other opportunities out there that don't include the mine, that don't include going like 2 weeks away from your home. You can do the clean energy work in your community. And without the youth, we won't have a future with these projects. We begin the projects, but we don't own them. Our youth own these projects. Our youth are our future. Without the youth, we won't have our land. That's my opinion.
Yeah, so the young people up north can play a significant role in the clean energy field by getting education into their own hands, by attending, like up north, we are in very remote communities. We don't have access to all the programs and educational opportunities as people do down south here. But we're trying to bridge that gap to break the barriers and hopefully bring some web-based trainings into our communities so that they can attend online. And we're also going around to each communities, engaging with the youth, engaging with the schools, teaching them the basics of renewable energy and the basics of energy transmission, because in our schools, we're not taught where our power comes from or how it's generated and how it gets to us. And it's such a major aspect of our lives. Like, we don't even think about it when we turn the light switch on. A lot of our people don't know how that power is created and gets there. So getting in there, and yeah, there's a lot of people really getting interested now that we're going around to the communities, hosting engagement events. So yeah, it's
really good. This is our first panel that we've ever done, so give me and Jonah a little bit of break. Just saying.
This is also our first panel too, so bear with us, everyone.
This is almost everyone's first panel, so we're trying to work through it. But no, I completely agree with you guys. I think that without providing the proper tools for our youth, that we're not going to be able to have a sustainable future. So yeah, I completely agree with you guys on that. Okay, next one. How has our generation suffered from food, water, and energy insecurities, and how can these be mended?
Sure. I'll start with the food end of things. So, talking about being from a farmer, when this question came up, I said I'll touch on the food because I think there's some really good ties of what you were saying, Jonah. So we see food insecurities because lots of people don't know where their food comes from. We're becoming more and more removed from our land, removed from agriculture, removed from farming, and if they don't truly understand how to produce food or know where their food comes from, that causes some issues. So I love stories, so I'm going to tell a lot of stories on this panel. I have an agriculture business degree, and one summer I got to work for the Ministry of Agriculture. And my job was actually to go into nations, into their schools, and talk about food and where their food comes from, and help these schools, these kids start school gardens, learn how to garden. And then it turned into, let's use what you grew in your garden to the cooking program, taught them how to cook pizza. So I called it the pizza program. And so in the spring I would go and we'd plant all the different vegetables and things that you needed to make pizza. And then in the fall I would come back and we would harvest their garden and we would make pizza and then have a little pizza party. So I think, our generation has really suffered because we don't learn about food actually in school. It was taken out of the curriculum. And it's something I know Egg in the Classroom and many other kind of initiatives have trying to do more. So yeah, I'll leave it as that.
I will be talking about water insecurity. So for the longest time, there are still Indigenous communities without clean drinking water, and it has been a problem for many years. Just in March 2021, the government there were still outstanding 51 boiling water advisories in Indigenous communities, and the government predicted that by 2025, those advisories will be lifted, but however, that will be a long process still. Especially for the remote Indigenous communities, it's harder for them to get those clean drinking waters. So maybe possible solutions for that could be having a filtration system, especially for the communities closer to the lakes, and just maintain the filtration systems, cleaning, disinfecting it, going through the filtration system. By doing so, water, we are made up 60 to 75% of water. Water is very sacred to Indigenous peoples. It connects us to Mother Earth. So water is our way of life, basically, and we need to find ways for Indigenous communities to get clean drinking water.
Yeah, water is a very huge concern too for up in our northern remote communities. We have some communities that are reliant upon a water truck coming in and filling up their water tank and taking out their sewer tank. And sometimes when they run out of water, they're waiting days or weeks at a time for them to get some clean drinking water. So they have to go down to the lake, grab a pail, come back in and boil it. So yeah, that's a very big concern that we have. Also, our energy security up north. All of our communities are in very remote places with long transmission lines going in. So if something were to happen to one of the transformers, sometimes we're out for days at a time. Like a couple years ago, we were out for a week and people weren't able to cook. People weren't able to wash their clothes. They weren't able to really do much because power is such a big aspect of our lives up north. And yeah, so I think creating some sort of microgrid up north to be able to sustain ourselves and provide our own power so we're not so reliant upon the grid or other people, and we can have better energy security up north to be able to sustain ourselves properly. Yeah.
Yes, I completely agree with you, Jonah. Thank you for that input.
Jonah, you should talk to Bobby Balicki. She's an expert on cold climate microgrids, and she'd love to talk to you about that. So moving on to our next one, what are some innovative ways that youth-led initiatives are contributing to the transition of renewable energy sources?
She mentioned earlier that one of the big issues with water filtration is getting people to maintain the maintenance of all of the facilities that we have. And again, I want to go back to the youth are important. Without the youth, we don't have capacity. With all of these facilities, with all these great ideas that we have, we need people to run the projects. And it's really important that the youth are already ahead of us in so many ways. They have changed companies' policies because they have spent their dollars on a more sustainable option. They've changed minds. They've changed their parents' minds. And they have, I know social media is a double-edged sword, but that social media, it's a big reach, and it reaches the world. And it really gets all of our Indigenous youth feeling like they're a part of something. And they're way ahead of us in getting all of that done. I'm sure they have group chats that are called sustainability. I hope they do. But they really do care. And another big thing I find is the youth, they love to talk and they love to get involved. So if you have two youth passionate about sustainability, get them talking together, listen to their ideas, and then go from there. I promise you're going to get something amazing out of it.
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of more youth becoming more aware of the future. They're scared of what their future looks like because of the way we're generating power, the way we're treating our land and our environment. So, yeah, I think they are really taking it into their own hands to start understanding more about different types of renewable energy projects. Yeah, they just need that support and the opportunity to bridge those gaps to be able to access these training programs and funding from the government to be able to actually start building the projects in our communities. Yeah.
Some of the ways, the innovative ways that youth-led initiatives include bigger projects that are happening at universities. At the University of Saskatchewan, I did some light research on it. And they have a number of advocacy and awareness campaigns that they do throughout the year where they conduct research and then they put it on a big board and they go around and they share this information with people. And it's really inspiring because it's like, you know, it's us and we're like, the water is going to go away if you don't take care of it. We're not going to have energy tomorrow if we don't take care of it. We're not going to have food anymore. You know, the water filter is broken, you know. So they're pushing these campaigns and awareness things to build, you know, awareness for it, which is really cool. And something else that they're doing as well is just some research and development projects. I'm not too familiar on them, as I just read some articles online, but it is a way that youth-led initiatives are popping up around Saskatchewan at least.
Yeah, and I completely agree with Jonah. Like we definitely need more support and guidance for our youth. A lot of our youth still feel that intergenerational trauma, so being that extra support for them will definitely flourish. They'll be able to flourish. And also what we're doing right now, just being up here, being that voice for younger generations and like who may not have the same opportunities as we do. So I think what we're doing is really great, and I'm glad you guys are up here with me.
Maybe just to quickly kind of add on to that, I think youth-led initiatives will bring other youth to the table. So I think it's important to have, you know, pinpoint who your youth leaders are, and there's 5 amazing youth leaders. Can't do math this morning. So let them be the leaders because they're going to bring the community with them. Sorry, but you know, I just think they'll bring the troop with them.
Yeah, absolutely, and I completely agree. And one specific youth-led initiative that I would like to touch out, I want to give a shout out to Elena Gilmet and her team at the University of Saskatchewan. They are doing some really amazing things with the energy security program and with Lac La Ronge and First Nations Power Authority. I think they've got some really cool stuff going on, and I think Elena will probably touch on that a little bit later today, but I just want to point that out, that they got some really exciting initiatives going on there. So a little follow-up to that, I actually got another question. How can youth advocates effectively communicate the benefits of clean energy to policymakers and the general public to drive greater support and action?
So I'm just going to read the question on my iPad so I can visualize it in my head. One of the ways that youth advocates can effectively communicate is through storytelling online. So platforms like TikTok and Snapchat and Instagram are powerful tools where we can convey messages and stories. So if we're able to share personal experiences about what's going on, so that the policymakers and the people upstairs can hear about it, it's really impactful and meaningful when it comes from oneself, hearing a story and personal experience. So that's definitely one of the ways that that youth can get the word out there is through social media and stuff like that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And just the effects that social media has on especially our generation is extravagant. Like the amount that Desiree was saying earlier, that the amount of people that can be reached through social media is astronomical. And also just to point out, like even today, we're live streaming this event, and the amount of people that are able to watch this event and not be here today is crazy. Like you can have webinars, you can have different sorts of initiatives to allow to reach such a larger audience than the amount of people that can fit in one room. So I think that as youth, we can really take advantage of that and use that to our power and reach a greater audience through using social media and other forms of media. So moving on, how can educational institutions better equip students with the knowledge and skills needed to pursue careers in the clean energy sector?
They can definitely break the barriers between transportation to the training programs. Say, as I was saying earlier, up north, all of our communities are so spread apart. Like, a couple of them are a couple hundred kilometers apart. So being able to go into these training programs is a big barrier for them. There's really no transportation for them to get from their home community to the training program to actually do the hands-on learning. So maybe having people going out to the communities, providing the training opportunities within the communities to kind of break that barrier of people not being able to attend would be great, I think.
Definitely, 100%. That's the case for lots of people, even just in general, too. You know, like the barrier of like transportation to and from, even like with the rising costs in the economy. So, yeah, I agree with you there, Donna. One of the ways that educational institutions can better equip students is by developing a more comprehensive curriculum. You see nowadays that there's programs that are incorporating more like Indigenous knowledge into it, just by taking a look at the content and like intertwining the content as well. That's something we can do. We can do with this clean energy stuff as well. Is we can take existing content and find ways to weave it in, and make it more impactful. And I think that can happen more at a lower level of education in terms of elementary, because then you can incorporate more games and more, make it more interactive for the youth. But that's one way that we can further develop and equip students, is by just developing a system, an education system that has it more incorporated and makes it mainstream.
Yeah, I agree with Jonah. Again, having that hands-on experience and attending workshops, even in person or online, like for me personally, it has developed my knowledge so much, and I'm very grateful for the opportunities that I've had. Being able to attend workshops and learning about clean energy has definitely changed my perspective on it a lot.
Yeah, and also as I was saying earlier, in our high schools, growing up and going through school, graduating, we were never taught anything about where our energy comes from, how it's made, how it affects our environment. So we're also running a program up north to kind of bridge those concerns I was talking about earlier. We're running an energy knowledge keeper program where we're going into our communities and recruiting youth and elders to interbreed the intergenerational knowledge with each other in respect to our cultural aspects too. So teaching them about renewable energy, how the electricity is generated, how it gets to us, and how it's affecting our environment and affecting our future of living. So that's one way we're trying to break those barriers up north too.
You mentioned the curriculum and making it more comprehensible. We have already so many elders out there who know so much about clean energy. They don't know the technical terms, but they've been doing it way before we have. And they've been telling us to continue living this way, and we have been fighting it. But there's no reason for us to. We have the scientific knowledge. We have the traditional knowledge. We just have to combine the two of those. And again, that is a big project, but I believe we can do it, and I believe the youth can do it as well. And another thing I really, truly believe is that because, again, transportation is difficult. For example, imagine you have one person who is a single household who has kids, who lives with their family. They have family support in their community. But now you're telling them, you got to move. And you got to have rent, and you have to have a damage deposit, and you have to have gas and parking. They don't know any of this. So what if we could sponsor them? We can get these big companies to sponsor and get them training and get the trainer to come to the community, teach them this curriculum. It doesn't have to be so complicated. We can do this, and we can bring it to the communities, because at the end of the day, the northern communities, the reservations, they exist and they're not going to go away, and none of us want to leave our homes. We want to be there.
Yeah, I completely agree. And also, what are some skills and training programs that you guys are aware of that could ensure that young people are well equipped to lead this field of clean energy?
I'm just going to quickly loop back to one of the comments about mentorship and networking opportunities. I think having youth at these type of events are so important. Inviting them, if they can't make it there, send them the virtual link. Sponsor youth to go to different conferences. That's kind of how I'm learning, and I think lots of people will benefit. I love the internship opportunities, right? SAS Power, have, a few Indigenous youth mentorships, Bruce Power, I think some are, so I'm not saying, but we can continue to do better. I would love to see this room 50% youth next year, right? So let's keep working on that. On, what skills and training programs are needed to ensure that young people are well equipped. I know at 16 Safety Services, we've been doing training in northern communities more to just help people become employable, right? So we're going up to those communities, giving them the training that they need, so they are, up for hire. This year we're moving into more building people for longer term careers, if that's, NCSOs or industrial medics or, some of those other roles that might not be linked strictly to clean energy, but still play a major part. One of my favorite, I've had the opportunity to go to Buffalo River Economic Development Days twice. And my favorite part is they bring the high school out to these economic development days, grade 9, 10, 11, 12. And they come to all of the booths, and I ask them, what do you want to do after high school, right? And starting those conversations. And my favorite is they're like, I don't know. And I'm like, well, let's talk about it. I almost feel like I become a career counselor in those roles, but, let's talk about it. They're like, well, we're thinking, this. And I'm like, okay, have you considered different careers? So I think those economic development days, we got to be up there. We got to be catching them young, right? Even in elementary school, starting those conversations in grade 6, 7, 8, showing them the different opportunities, and then providing training up in those communities.
Mentorship and networking opportunities, I completely missed the conversation, but I wanted to really, if any youth are listening and if any youth are here, one of my things was I never knew anyone in the clean energy space, but once I had the opportunity, I kept moving forward. It was difficult, but I kept going forward. I was shy to meet people, but I did it anyways, and I pushed myself. And now I know people who want to help me. I know people and I know programs that want to help me. There is a beautiful program I'm in currently called the 2020 Catalyst Program. And I encourage all youth to look into it because it pushed me forward so far that I can't imagine going into a different career. And learn from everybody. As a youth, we should listen to people who are smarter than us. Look for people who are smarter than you and listen to them.
I love the comment around surrounding yourself with smarter people and pushing yourself out of your comfort zone, because you only grow when you're outside of that comfort zone.
Speaking of the idea and concept of like putting yourself out there, one of the ways that we can do it is by having more network events. You know, network events, when you were talking about going out there and building those connections, one of the ways we can do that is by having networking events that are catered to the youth. Events like this, you know, where they can break out of their shell and give them a safe space to do that. Because I know for a lot of youth, like even myself, even being here, it's like scary because I know nothing about clean energy. Like, but that's one way. As you guys were going back and forth, I was like, oh, networking. So it's a really important tool that we use every single day and don't even realize it. So having more events like that and opportunities like that would be a really good way too.
Going off that comment again, by surrounding yourself with important people and knowledgeable people, like I would not be up here today if it wasn't for Guy Lone Child and the FNPA team for pushing me beyond my comfort zone. I'm totally way out of my comfort zone up here, but I'm glad I did it, and I'm glad I'm able to push through it. So, yeah.
Same here, even looping back to that comment that Desiree made about surrounding yourself with the clean energy sector. Like, I'm from a tech background, I'm a tech person. I never once imagined myself in this clean energy space, but after Guy started to push me to get into the nuclear field, like that's now what I want to do for my rest of my life. I want to go get my master's, I want to go get my PhD, I want to do all these things in the clean energy sector, all because I just happened to stumble upon some little internship at FNPA, and now that's completely changed my entire life. Going from a tech background to this, it's not something you see every day. So yeah, I completely agree with you guys that it is a little bit different, but it's awesome.
Michaela, just to jump in there, I always like to think about it. It starts with awareness, then it goes to education, and then it goes to mentorship. And you can't just jump to mentorship. You can't just jump to education. It really has to be, start with awareness. That's being in the community, showing the opportunities, then providing them that training and those opportunities, and then really mentoring them through. So I just like to think of it kind of as a 3-phase approach.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Anybody else got anything on that, or we're good to move on? Good to move on? I saw you guys were pretty passionate about that topic, so I'm not going to stop you. Okay, how can leading corporations such as the OPGs, the Bruce Power, SAS Power, SIMSA, SRC, all these companies, how can they partner with and include Indigenous youth into their workforce?
By developing Indigenous workforce programs, so internship opportunities for Indigenous students, so they can further their understanding of clean energy, providing them with hands-on experiences as well, and involving them in research activities with clean energy projects, as well as enabling youth to participate in workshops and training sessions, ensuring that they have a means to get to those workshops as well, making it very accessible to them as well.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I know here at 16 Safety Services, we're always trying to hire Indigenous youth, and I would just encourage those companies to do the same, and then, have maybe, special networking events for Indigenous youth at, the SIMSA conference or other events, because I know we had a call Monday night, and when I saw these 5 connect, I was like, there was some energy happening on that call. So you put, a few brains together, some good stuff happens.
There's a really important thing to remember when it comes to education, Indigenous youth, and jobs. A lot of Indigenous kids don't know that these opportunities exist. If she said awareness to mentorship, they don't have that awareness. They don't know it exists, because down to the high schools, they are struggling with the education because we are below the average schools. So they don't know that these opportunities are there. A big thing I think that these companies can do is bring that education to the community. Again, you could do posters, you could do marketing. There's so much stuff you can do. You could sponsor laptops to these children and say, you can use these laptops to learn. And that would change lives. It would change whole lives. There is so much talent, so much smart youth in the Indigenous atmosphere. It's just unfathomable because I speak to the youth a lot and they're so creative in so many different ways. And growing up in the North, growing up in the reservation, you have to be smart, you have to be resilient, and you have to problem solve. So imagine people like that in a creative space like clean energy, they would take off. So again, it's important to break that accessibility for Indigenous youth. Go to the community, bring them the resources that they may need, and view it from a place where you are a small community person who doesn't want to leave their community, and not in a way that, how can I profit these people? How can I get them richer? Because the goal is actually to get our community richer.
Yeah, just going off. Oh, go ahead. Just going off of promoting education and career pathways for Indigenous youth. But yeah, by totally promoting, like if you guys have scholarships, bursaries, or sponsorships, or anything like that is completely helpful. I personally never knew about scholarships growing up. A lot of my academic advisors would tell me, oh, there's this many scholarships or bursaries that go unannounced because people just don't apply for them because they aren't aware of them. So yeah, definitely by promoting bursaries, scholarships, and stuff like that will definitely help a lot, and I feel like it would push them to get that education as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think awareness and education, being able to go into these communities and spread education, because like you guys said, like we don't know, especially in the remote communities, they have no access to these kinds of resources. And I think that's the most important thing for these big companies, is to really reach out and go to these communities to really understand how these people are living and how we can make life better for them. So following up with that, how can young entrepreneurs be empowered to create sustainable, environmentally friendly businesses in the clean energy industry?
Maybe just to quickly jump on this one, think about all the different industries that are a part of the clean energy sector. It might not be directly correlated, but there's a lot of different things that when you're being creative, find that opportunity that's still maybe not an industry that has been touched on. And then let's say you do have a business. I know what we found so for example, it's safety, right? Like people are like, well, how does that tie to clean energy? Well, there's a lot of safety that goes into clean energy, but it might people don't see that direct correlation right away. So that would be like an industry that, so find, is it, something like hospitality, right? Like you're gonna start a hotel because there's gonna be lots of workers in your area. Like find those different creative ideas that do, impact clean energy. Also, if you're starting a business, look for companies that have really strong Indigenous inclusion policies and programs, right? Start that. If so I'm going to give, again, SAS Power a shout out, but like they've got, people who work with, their Indigenous suppliers. And that's a great place to start because they're going to help you, secure that first contract. So that would be my advice to, any entrepreneurs out there. Start with the companies that are already big supporters of different Indigenous suppliers.
The youth are, one thing I think is that we are asking how can the youth be empowered. We empower them. We are the motivators. We are the people who push them forward. We're the ones who bring them awareness. How can you be empowered in a world that doesn't help you move forward? How can you be empowered if you are stuck in a place where you don't even know how you're going to get out of because you don't have a car? How do you be empowered? You have support systems. It is so important to be that adult. If you are that adult and you have this knowledge, it's so important for you to take that knowledge and mentor a child, mentor a youth, bring them involved, and then they will be empowered, and then they'll feel supported, and that's how they move up, and that's how they become better.
what she said. I did have some cool ideas on this answer for this question, but Desiree and Keelan did a fantastic job of saying them for me. But something that can further empower Indigenous youth to keep doing it is by seeing us do it. Like when you mentioned that we're the one that's empowering them, by creating these jobs and creating opportunities for them, we can create those. We can create a company that offers them jobs just for them. We'd be like, yes, we want Indigenous youth to come, and then they can see that we're doing it, and that can empower them and motivate them. Be like, hey, if she can do it, I can do it too.
Oh, I completely agree with that, Michael, and that's the main inspirer for, I think, all of us, and especially for me. Like, I was just at Canadian Nuclear Society last week, and I was listening to all these panelists and these moderators, and that's what made me think, man, I can do that. I could probably do that better. So I think a lot of us are inspired by that and seeing other people do it, and I hope this is a big inspiration for a lot of other youth moving forward. Like, you just saw a bunch of 20-some-year-olds up here talking in front of all these people, and it is quite terrifying, but we're getting through it, and I hope that inspires more people to want to do this and to speak on these topics because it is so important. Anybody else got anything to add on that one? Nope? Okay. Okay, and also one more follow-up to that question. So how can intergenerational collaboration between youth and these experienced professionals drive impactful change for us?
So it's so important to intertwine the intergenerational aspect. Like, our older generation up north, they've all grew up on the trap line with no electricity, but they've lived off the land, so they have so much respect and love for the lakes, the water, the environment. And we have our young people who are knowledgeable with our technology, knowledgeable about solar panels. They know about these different types of technology, whereas our older generation doesn't. So having them come together and intertwine both their separate amount of knowledge and cultural beliefs is so important to be able to carry on our cultural beliefs and move forward in this energy transition. Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on. I think Jonah said that pretty well anyways. I don't really think anyone needs to follow up with that anyways. Okay, so what are some main challenges that Indigenous youth now face that inhibit us from actively participating in this sector as of today? Do you want me to repeat the question? Yes. Okay. What are some main challenges that Indigenous youth are facing that are inhibiting us from actively participating in the clean energy sector?
I think we've mentioned it a few times on this panel, and I'll say it again. There is no accessibility for a lot of our youth. Actually, I can give you a great example. So Grandmother's Bay is a reservation that we take care of in Lac La Ronge Indian Band, and they don't have a high school. So instead of going to a regular high school, they have to get into a bus, they get ported out to Lac La Ronge Indian Band, they get put in a group home, then they get to graduate, and then they can go back to their community. How, in that moment, are you supposed to feel like you have a home? How are you supposed to feel like you can stay in your community and you can get better and then you can be successful in your own community?
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I kind of knew that was already talked about on the panel, but I just really wanted to reiterate that fact that we are facing a lot of challenges and a lot of things need to change in order to move forward in this sector. So another one is, how can technology and digital innovation play in engaging and mobilizing youth initiatives?
I think the elders are really scared of technology and social media. And a lot of adults are too. I will be honest, I spend about 11 hours a day on my phone. Back in the day, I'm better now, I don't do it anymore. But I did, I learned some stuff, I learned cool things. And that's what our youth are doing. They go out of their way to learn stuff. It's not like they're just scrolling. They are they get motivated. And then they say, oh my gosh, I learned about clean energy. Why don't I pull out my phone that has the knowledge of everything, and then I can spread that to my friends, and then so on and so forth. The other thing that I noticed is that the youth already have this knowledge, but then combine that with the clean energy and how creative we need to be with clean energy. Imagine where they could go with all of that. Imagine where we would be in the future if we would just encourage the youth to be creative and encourage the technology moving forward. It's a combination constantly of the updates of the world, technology, traditional teachings. We have to learn to bring all of these things together, working perfectly together. And the only way we can do that is by showing the youth that it is possible and saying, you know what, I'm not going to shame you because you are using technology. Rather, I'm going to encourage it, and I'm going to see where it goes, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, and I think technology is so important too, because as we were saying earlier, our remote communities don't have access to all these programs and training. So being able to access webinars and online training resources that they can utilize within their home communities and then disseminate that information to the residents around and help them gain more knowledge about their energy usage and awareness and yeah, things like that. So it is important to have that technology in our remote communities to bridge that barrier of accessing the programs and information.
Hello. My iPad died and it had my notes on it, so I'm going to go from my fantastic memory that I have. Something that I use all the time that helps me is AI. I know AI is kind of controversial when it comes to academia and the application of some things, but I don't use it to generate original content. I use it to help me understand content. So one of the things that I did a couple of weekends ago was FNPA has a Ready for SMR workshops, and I have no idea what Ready for SMR is. So I used AI, I used Google Gemini, and I asked it questions about SMR, and it gave me answers. And when it gave me answers that were too complex, I asked it to simplify it, and it did. And now I have a greater understanding of this new SMR technology, and I was using artificial intelligence. And it's a very up-and-coming technology that's pretty terrifying. I think we can all agree that AI is just as terrifying as it is, magnificent. But that's one of the ways that we can start utilizing is we can use it to help the youth understand it, because it's got endless capabilities, like infinite. I use it all the time in work and school and within appropriate boundaries. So I work with my people to make sure I'm not breaking any rules. And then another way that I personally think that we can use technology is by it's a term I learned too. It's called gamification, and it's when you take content and you create games out of it. So you take clean energy concepts and you make a game that would be more interactive for youth. I know that lots of kids nowadays, there's lots of interactive games online that they use. There's so many endless iPad apps that are about learning the alphabet and learning the stuff. And with online school becoming more popular, especially in northern communities where it's all they have, the development of content that's online is becoming really popular. And one way to make it more attractive for the youth, upcoming youth, is by creating games and more interactive content tailored to the youth.
Yeah, definitely. Since I go to the university, that's a big part of university and research is going online, finding articles, reading those articles, and it's just quick and easy on the internet. And even YouTube videos are super educational. Since I know a lot of parents say, oh, you're on your phone too much, get off your phone, but we can honestly use our phone for the better and utilize our phone for research, looking up things, enhancing our knowledge, and yeah.
Okay, that's awesome, guys. This is the last question that I have for you guys, and then we're going to open it up to the floor if any of you have any questions. But the last one I want to ask you guys is, can you give advice to any young people who are starting post-secondary or a career in the Indigenous business / clean energy?
I only have one thing to say. Be easy on yourself. Have compassion for yourself.
And never give up. Because you don't know what you don't know.
Step outside of your comfort zone.
I will agree with Michael. Step outside your comfort zone. Be that voice for the younger generation.
Say yes to any opportunities because you never know what the next door it might open for you.
You guys are so inspiring. Okay. Any? Personally, I'm having a hard time just sitting here moderating because I have so many opinions, but I'm going to keep them to myself for now. But do we have any questions on the floor? You guys are free to ask whatever. Someone will bring you a mic. If you have any questions, please stand up.
Hey, thank you guys so much for the differing opinions on your panel. You guys are all self-motivated individuals, and you've been able to navigate careers as you move forward, and you're young and you're youthful. In this room, there's probably upwards of hundreds of millions of dollars of initiatives, programs, and incentives that are brewing and troubleshooting and networking. And with where you're at right now, my question is, if you had what you knew today, back when you were bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and looking to go out into the world, what kind of fallacies or errors do you think some of the programs that were offered or are offered, kind of where they miss the mark on reaching Indigenous youth?
So personally, I have never seen any type of advertisement of any funding or scholarships or any training programs up north. What's that? Yeah, so I'm from Sucker River. It's not in La Ronge, it's north of La Ronge. It's a very remote community of about 500 people. And yeah, we've never seen any types of advertising for these types of scholarships, trainings, fundings. So yeah, I guess that would be kind of an error that you were talking about. I would like to see more advertising up in these remote communities. Instead of being focused on the big urban centers, we matter up there too, and we would love to hear about these opportunities.
I think when I was attending economic development days and talking to some of the high school students, one of the comments that really stuck with me, it was a grade 12 girl, and she said, great, I want a scholarship, but she's like, now what? Like, I need guidance, like what do I do now? Like, you can throw all the money at me, but I really could just use a mentor. So I think some of the programs, it's like, oh, I'm just gonna throw this amount of money and look like I'm doing a great job, right? But that's maybe not what they really need. So that was just one of the comments that I wanted to share from her.
Actually, I have an opinion on this, so you are going to hear from me today. So one thing I really want to touch on is, yes, you guys advertise for Indigenous youth opportunities, but 90% of these scholarships say within Canadian post-secondary schools. So I would like to see some expansion to provide opportunities for Canadian students that want to go to the United States. Because yes, there are maybe more athletic opportunities for scholarships down there, but they don't always cover everything. And also, some students that I know personally didn't go to the States for sports. They wanted to go because there is a better program for what they want to study. For example, speech pathology is a great one. There's two universities that I know of in Canada that have speech path. And they are not in Saskatchewan. There's one in Alberta and one in New Brunswick. So we don't have a whole lot of opportunities for that. So a lot of students are forced to go to the United States to study something like speech path. But American school is quite pricey. So we need those scholarship opportunities to go beyond just Canada. It doesn't mean we're going to stay in the United States. Lots of us want to come back, but we are forced to go to the US for school, and we want to have those same scholarship opportunities that Canadian students have. So that's what I have to say on that. But any other questions?
I've got a question here. Congratulations, first of all, on being such shining stars and having broken through the barriers and being where you are at the stage in your life. Just hearing you guys is just such a lifting spirit experience. I'm from an industry, I work with a company, Burns & McDonnell, which is an engineering construction firm. And I've got a question for you. As you were going through your journey and being where you are at your stage, you're well established and working in various different industries. What were your perceptions and maybe some myths that you had about working in the industry, and how have you found, based on some of those perceptions, where you are today, and what are some of the myths or some of the barriers that you still feel that for us in the industry we don't fully understand? Are there things that you think that we're doing right? And if there are things that we're failing that you think that we need to do better, if you could maybe, because you guys are, I think your perspective would be very meaningful. Thank you.
So when I first began my career, my main assumptions were based upon how power was like who ran power, who owned the power, and where the power went. And come to find out that it's way more complicated than that. It's way more detailed, and there's way more going on. And my biggest barrier, of course, was training myself. A lot of the times was self-training myself in a lot of the utilities and a lot of the grant writing and a lot of stuff like that. I think one of the biggest barriers that can be mitigated is once you know that a community wants to do a community energy plan or wants to start clean energy jobs, go to that community, figure out what the community needs, because we make assumptions on what we think the community wants, but that's why you go and do engagements. And then you ask them and you speak one-to-one on them, and then they'll tell you and they'll say, I'm not actually worried about this. I don't know why we're talking about it. This is actually the problem. So that's something that I think that industries could kind of take, not only like on the personal level, but maybe on like the organization. Go to your organization and say, hey, like, is this working? Or are we trying to fix a problem that you guys don't really have?
Okay, we're pretty tight on time, so probably got time for like one or two-ish more questions. So yeah, go ahead, Mr. Knoll.
Hey, thanks, Michaela. My question's really simple. What should Canadian companies do different today to attract Indigenous youth into their organizations?
Go to the communities. Stop putting it online. Stop writing it in a book and assuming that these Indigenous kids who don't even have computers half the time are going to see. Go to the community, take a coordinator out there, and not just one community as a hub, but like I said again, we have 6 separate individual communities with 6 separate individual groups of youth. Go to them and try to, how do you say it? Like try to grab them, try to bring them into the sphere, because they want to be there. All these kids want opportunities. There's not a child that you would talk to that doesn't want an opportunity. All of these Indigenous youth want it. Just go to the community. And I would say be a little bit more on that personal level. Yeah.
Just to add to that, I think more Canadian companies need to invest into building people, because that is their future workforce. So build people within these communities, and to do that, you got to go to the communities. So I'm going to echo exactly what Desiree said.
I think something that can be done is we hear a lot about how these companies are growing. You know, when we go out there and we talk about it, people are saying, we have these initiatives. We've done that. You know, we go to communities. And I think one of the biggest things that, coming from my background, is to share your success stories. You know, put them out on big banners, put them out interviews. Because when I mentioned before, when we see one of us doing it, it empowers us to keep doing it or to start doing it. And companies are doing a good job of sharing their stories, you know, and sharing stuff, but it stops at a point. And so I think companies just really need to keep sharing their success stories and pushing it out there and like directing them at youth and be like, hey, Mesa, at Sask Power, we're doing this and it's empowering the youth. You know? And I feel like if that keeps happening, like that's what inspired me to come work at FNPA. You know, was hearing about the success stories from some of the staff members of what's going on and everything. So that's what I think that companies can start to do right and do better, is by pushing those success stories and really, you know, catering them out to the youth.
If you think your company did the initiative and they actually went to the community, do it again. Don't stop doing it. Go again. There's no reason why you do it the single time. and go to every single community. I grew up in a northern community. I didn't see any clean energy people up there. Just saying.
I can attest to that. I also grew up in a northern community and didn't see a whole lot there either. So yes, keep going to the communities, encourage these people, get them to your job fairs, get them to come visit your sites. I mean, me personally, I love to go see all this stuff. Like, this stuff's cool to see, especially like, look at these hydro dams, look at these nuclear reactors, look at these solar farms, all this stuff. It's so exciting to see. And I want to see these big corporations taking these kids out to go see these types of things. That's what gets them excited, to see what can be built, what can we do to build these types of things. So yeah, no, I think that's pretty much all time we have. We're 3 minutes over time, so hopefully Nick doesn't get mad at us. But I want to thank you all for listening to us today. We have some very opinionated people here, and these are the future leaders. These are our guardians of our world. We want to see more people like this up here. So I want to thank you all for coming and doing this with me. You guys did so awesome, but thank you, everybody.
Very inspiring. Another big round of applause for Michaela, Mesa, Michael, Desiree, and Jonah. They gave such good energy up here, and I just want to point out a couple of their points that they were making, talking about hands-on experience, access to programming, renewable energy, how they were talking about breaking cycles. A lot of these young people are first and second generations to go into education or into employment or into the workforce. They're here, passionate, telling you about, you want to hire us, come to our communities. That's what they were saying, and it's beautiful to see. So again, thank those young people for having a voice. Speak up any chance you get. Be that disruptor. It's very exciting to see those young voices, and definitely the future is bright with those young people. And I hope you employers, you sponsors are really heeding what they're asking and they're telling you to do. It's very beautiful to see. So I wanted to add what they were saying, like the recruitment piece is easy. How are you going to retain these young people? Employers are not on the advantage side. They're not the ones that they come work at our place. You should be so lucky to get an opportunity to work. These young people have options. They are a hot commodity. So another big round of applause for that panel. I can't say enough about our young people. Okay, next, I believe we have a networking break. So we got about 20 minutes or so. Please, this is your opportunity to hand your business cards out, grab some water, coffee. If you're a nutritionist, you can go have a nutrition break outside and come back in about 20 minutes. get started or come on back from the break. You had your opportunity to go to the bathroom. You had your opportunity to go outside for a nutrition break. You had your opportunity to fill your coffee cups and your waters. Now it is your opportunity to come back to your table and sit down and listen. I see some of you still networking back there. The networking break is over. So if you can please come back to your tables. I am not afraid to call you by first and last names here. Please join us. We got to get back on track. Doug, please. I still hear chit-chatting. It would be really nice if you guys stopped your chit-chatting and came and sat down at the tables. If you think I'm talking about you, I am. Please, come have a seat so we can get started. All right. Some of you guys are good listeners, others need to clean their ears out. Welcome back from our nutrition break, our health break. Next up on our program, we have a substitute for Speaker Deputy Chief Derek Archibald. We have a substitute in Harry Mackey-Verda. He's worked with over 80 nations in Ontario, and I'm going to call up Chief Guy Lonechild to talk a little bit more about that. Please help me in welcoming again CEO Guy Lonechild. Sorry, it's a force of habit there.
Thanks very much, Nick, and don't be surprised. Even some of the SAS Power people, they call me Chief Lonechild. Chief Lonechild, I don't know. I'm no longer a chief, but maybe once a chief, always a chief, they say. I'm very pleased to take this opportunity in the next 5 to 10 minutes, because we're running a little bit behind schedule. Deputy Grand Chief Derek Archibald from Tequah-Tegamu First Nation in Ontario cannot be with us today. We have a few of those out-of-province people that just weren't able to make it for one reason or another, so we do apologize. Certainly I take personal responsibility for all of this. But ultimately, we want to be able to provide a bit of an infomercial on what we're doing in the province of Ontario, working with 80 First Nations. 80. Not 8, 80 or more. And so we all know there's 133 First Nations in that province. There's 74 First Nations in Saskatchewan. And right across the province, in places like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, First Nations people suffer from energy insecurity. It's a shame that our veterans have to struggle on making choices to have to pay their power bill or pay their food bill. And we're going to hear from people, advocates, this afternoon. A really good friend of mine that has taken the reins of the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. This young man has served for 3 terms, 2 terms, 2 or 3. Chief Bobby Cameron, please welcome Chief Bobby Cameron to the stage. I'll get him to come and give some welcoming remarks. But before then, you can come and take a seat. Let's hear from Harry Mackey-Verda. Harry is working with 80 First Nations in that province, and tell the crowd a little bit about what we're doing and how this could help to strengthen our resolve to addressing power bills in many of the northern communities and First Nations right across the country. Please welcome Harry Mackey-Verda.
Is that on? Hello, everybody. My name is Harry Mackey-Verda. I am with FNPA in Ontario, the Ontario office. FNPA was awarded a contract with a group of 3 other companies with the ISO, the Independent Electricity System Operator. The ISO is responsible for all the rebate programs in Ontario with the utilities, with both electricity and natural gas. FNPA is the lead on a program called the First Nations Community Building Retrofit Program, where the program is offering $330,000 in grants to every First Nation in Ontario that is grid connected. So there's 103 of them. Our goal was to get 70 retrofitted in the 2.5 years the program's been open. We are now in communication and dealing with over 80 of them. So our goal is to get all 103 before the program stops taking applications at the end of the year. So the program's been fantastic. What we're offering is $330,000 to improve the energy efficiency of every First Nations community building owned buildings on reserve. So that includes everything from lighting and lighting retrofits, lighting controls. That falls under the direct install stream. Then there's what they call the community install stream, which is a little bit more involved in the community. They are more involved. They are responsible for making the contract with contractors and getting some of the information. But it's for anything else that saves on electricity. So that includes motors and water treatment plants, variable speed drives and controls. If they have arenas, refrigeration many times has opportunities. If they're electrically heated, we have opportunities for air source heat pumps, geothermal, for the heating side, building envelope improvements, windows, insulation. We've got a project coming up where it was a school was being retrofitted with new siding, but they couldn't afford to do the windows or add insulation. So they're able to use this funding to actually put in triple pane glass windows and add insulation under the siding, and a lot of opportunities like that. So it's been a really good program. The ISO in Ontario has a number of good programs for Indigenous groups and First Nations. They have a Community Energy Champion program where they fund and pay salary for up to 3 years for Community Energy Champion. That's most of the people I contact is the Community Energy Champion of every First Nation. They have an energy plan program where they'll fund a community energy plan. They have renewable energy projects are funded through the IEP, which is the Indigenous Energy Program, and there's capacity building programs. So there's a lot of very good programs, but we're really excited and it's been quite successful in retrofitting all those First Nation community-owned buildings to make them more energy efficient. And in most cases, it's all their community-owned buildings for most of the First Nations. There's been a few exceptions where there is some larger First Nations like Six Nations and Kettlestone Point and a few, but in most cases we've been able to make their entire portfolio more energy efficient. So the ISO is a great model of what we've done in Ontario. It's a great model for Saskatchewan and Sask Energy and Sask Power and the other utilities across Canada to look at. It's been highly successful. And in part because of FNPA, we've made some changes. We've pushed the ISO a little bit to make improvements. From me dealing with every single First Nation, I've seen where the difficulties are in building trust and so on. So we've been able to get quite a few changes. It was only a $100,000 grant up until March of this year. Because of Guy Lonechild and myself and meetings, we were able to push that and get that up to, we were originally hoping $150,000, but we got it up to $330,000. And originally it was only retrofitting 4 buildings. Now we can retrofit 15 buildings with that $330,000. So that opened up opportunities for the smaller First Nations that had smaller buildings. You know, if you only did 4 buildings, they're tiny little buildings that you can't spend $100,000. Now we got 330,000, we can do 15 buildings. So it's been a great program, and we've been successful, and we hopefully see this kind of program across Canada for all the First Nations. Guy, did you want me to add anything to that? I guess not, he's talking. What else can I say? Guy, did you want to say anything else there?
Oh, I just want to introduce the chief.
I'll go to the podium. Oh, okay.
Please welcome Chief Bobby Cameron to the podium mic.
Good morning. Danse nuago magantik. Idlanate salutina. Anin sagwa denewe maganak. Amatakya pe ampetu ashte. Kihtayak. Kiowa kanaskomtani gagi Simon. Hegage samos na mo ipitwa taros swagan. Kakyo itagotege mamopiad. Clean energy, sustainable energy, long-term energy. To our CEO, Guy Lonechild, and your staff for putting on such a wonderful event. This is the way of the future. Without a doubt, this is the way of the future for not just non-First Nation communities, but First Nation communities. We're all partners here when coming together on projects such as this important one, clean, sustainable energy, both on and off reserve. Anything that will enhance and improve the lives of First Nation people, both on and off reserve, we 100% support. And this, by far, is one of those projects. So we want to acknowledge you, to our CEO, Guy Lonechild, for sticking it out, because those first couple of years, it was tough. I know it was. It was a struggle. Trying to get buy-in, trying to get interest. But now we're here. Now we have the ear of the governments. We have the ear of industry. Realizing and now saying, hey, we got to get involved. We have to make the lives of people of Canada better. When we talk about reconciliation takes on so many forms, so many definitions. It's not just coming to our communities and saying a few good words. It's investing in these types of projects. Investing to make the lives of all of our people better. You see, the Indian people of Saskatchewan here in our region, on average, we're spending $100 to $200 million in the towns and cities of Saskatchewan. $100 to $200 million every month in the towns and cities of Saskatchewan. That's $1 billion to $2 billion a year. So we're partners. We're big-time contributors to the economy here. And you times that by 634 bands across Canada. We're your partners. We're here to say, let's move together in a positive way. Let's show positive results that are going to improve the lives of everybody involved. Because for goodness sakes, we don't want our elders, our knowledge keepers, our veterans, deciding that they have to live in the cold minus 40, 50 degree weather without power, without heat. And believe it or not, we hear countless stories every year, every winter. I can't afford my power bill. I take care of my grandchildren. So I have to decide to pay the power bill, the heating bill, or put food in the tummy of my grandchildren. And the grandparent and every one of us are going to, without a doubt, choose to put food in the tummy of our babies. That's an easy decision. So we get those calls. We get those calls every single year. Our message here today to all the partners, stakeholders, rights holders, shareholders, go back to your communities, go back to your partners, go back to governments, because we're all connected one way or another. Somebody in this room knows somebody that can make decisions that'll say, let's invest $100 million into this project. I want to say this on a lasting note to each and every one of you. I don't think any of us are teenagers in this room anymore. You know, we're getting up there in age. Your lasting legacy together with Treaty People of Canada should be this, must be this, and shall be this. Let's invest and let's make the lives of First Nation people better. Let's invest into clean energy, sustainable energy. Our First Nations are more than willing and capable to be full partners in everything we do. And it's not just this, it just doesn't stop here. It continues in various sectors. You see, every sector falls under the umbrella of our inherent and treaty rights. We've taken it back old school, back in Witchican Lake, where my chief and council, and myself even, were putting traditional wood stoves in our homes because our old people can't afford it. So we're doing it by hand. Your blood, sweat, and tears going out on the land, chopping wood, splitting it, kindling, and that takes several months to store enough supply to warm your house with or without power. Obviously, nowadays, there are those that can't do it, that don't have people that are able and willing to do it. But these types of things, you know, to our CEO, again, we've got to acknowledge you. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. And let's continue to come together with good minds, good hearts. Because in the end, when it is our time to leave, and one day, every one of us in this room is going to be gone. Every one of us is going to meet our Maker. And you want to go to your grave or your last day saying, I did something good for the people of Canada. I did something positive for the old people, that they didn't have to choose between a power bill, energy bill, or putting food in their grandbabies' tummies. That by far will get each and every one of you into heaven, believe it or not. So I want to thank you for giving me some time here. My son just graduated grade 12. We're going to go take pictures, yeah. We're going to go take pictures down by the river. But you know, this next generation of our younger generation, they're doing better than us. They're living better than us. They're making better choices than us. Believe me. My son, he's 18 years old, never touched an ounce of alcohol or drugs in his life. And, you know, you hear these stories. You hear these stories up and down the four directions of Canada, where a young child will say, a youth will say, I've never touched alcohol. I don't want that life. I want a better life. And things like this will make a better life. Thank you all. God bless you all. Hi, hi.
I don't know what you're doing here. I'm crazy. I'm nuts. But I'm having a good time. Are you having a good time? Thanks very much, Chief Cameron. Take some really good pictures, beautiful pictures of you and your son and your family. To Harry Machiaverta as well, has gone down many, many roads. And FNPA made a commitment to Ontario to do that. When we enter a jurisdiction like Ontario, we mean it. We want to work with that province. We're in it for the First Nations to better the lives of those communities, and we'll advocate for the independent electricity system operator, Sask Power, Bruce Power, Atkins Realis, many of the good things that we're going to talk about in terms of true partnerships, real relationships. The relationships that we have to build need to be everlasting. They need to be long-term in order for our young people to have a more secure future, whether that be in energy or food or water or anything like that of the topics covered today. And I will hand it back to our esteemed Master of Ceremonies to go through the next group of presenters. I'm very, very pleased to see that there are politicians that are showing up here today and tomorrow. From the provincial government and here in Saskatchewan, they're going to be coming here tomorrow to make some really nice announcements. We're quite pleased with that. And yeah, it's about rebuilding a relationship. If we get off track with SaskPower, we need to ensure that it's not about each other, it's about who we serve. And I want to underscore that, who we serve, our constituents, who we serve. Because they're the ones paying the power bills. Those are the ones who are paying our salaries. And we need to get back to servant leadership. And you as civil servants, we just wish the best for all that you do. And to, again, all of our sponsors, thank you very much. This wouldn't be possible without you. Nick, back to you.
All right, powerful words by our CEO, Chief Bobby Cameron, Harry. Big round of applause for them, talking a little bit about that there, please. Moving right along, I also want to acknowledge, I don't know if you guys noticed, right before the pipe ceremony this morning, we have 2 teepees that were put up. Guy actually helped a couple of our engineers, these Muniaos over here. He started helping them and then he walked away because he was going to the pipe ceremony. You can tell it looks a little saggy, but that's okay. They tried their best. Big round of applause for those guys putting up that teepee. And then the community energy team put that one up. You can tell it's done a little bit nicer, cleaner, straighter, done by natives. So anyways, you're learning our ways one teepee at a time, so good job. Moving right along now. We have a presentation. It's in energy, security, and innovations, working towards electricity and affordability. Just a little bit of a narrative. Today, they're going to highlight initiatives and innovations that are paving the way towards a more secure, affordable, and sustainable electricity future. Energy security is fundamental to economic stability, social well-being, environmental sustainability. Ensuring reliable access to affordable electricity is crucial for powering homes, businesses, and essential services. Innovations in energy technology play a pivotal role in enhancing energy security by diversifying energy sources, improving energy efficiency, and mitigating risks associated with energy supply disruptions and price volatility. Please help me welcoming Steve Saddleback and Maureen Cola. Steve is the Senior Advisor for First Nations Major Projects Coalition and Energy Futures Lab, and Maureen is the Co-Project Lead for Energy Futures Labs. A big round of applause for our next 2 speakers.
Okay. Hey, Ante, good morning, everyone. And I just want to start off by saying thank you for having us here today. You know, that it was great to be able to start today and hear that, you know, we started off in a good way with ceremony, and that to be able to participate and as part of the, you know, grand entry, you know, chief, and once a chief, always a chief, so hi for that, and being able to, you know, be here today. Our presentation here today is going to be in and around. We're talking about that exactly what Chief Bobby Cameron was talking about. Is our nations are involved in a lot of you know, having to make those choices between having the lights on and having food in the fridge. And what we want to do is we want to share with you here today is the work that we're doing out in Alberta, and how this might be an opportunity for some knowledge sharing in terms of Alberta's electricity future, and how does that tie to us here in Saskatchewan? I know some folks are here from Ontario and all of that. But before we get started, I wanted to, I guess we should take an opportunity to explain who we are. So my name is, my traditional name is Opimoyaso, and I'm from the Samson Cree Nation, which is in Treaty 6 territory. It's about 45 minutes south of Edmonton. I'm not an Oilers fan. I reside in Calgary. Hey, I like you guys. Go Montour, Six Nations, the cup brought it home. I just gotta give a shout out. I love you guys. No, and I'm one of the we have an Indigenous firm that's called a Bimoyaso Group, and we work with partners across Canada. One of those is an Energy Futures Lab. So I reside in Calgary, and I'm as part of the team here helping out with engagement and working with industry, with our province and partners as well as our nations in terms of how can we look at our energy systems in our future and what is the solve for that? So hearing from folks and all of that. And Maureen?
So just quickly before I pass it back to Steve, my name is Maureen, and I am the project lead on this project called Alberta's Electricity Future. I grew up just about an hour northeast of here in a small rural farming community called Cudworth. Anybody know where? I'm seeing some heads. Yes, yes. It is not often I get to go to a conference and actually have people know where I'm from. So thank you for the invitation to be here. I now have the opportunity to live in Banff, and I will honestly say I'm not a hockey fan, but who couldn't cheer for the Oilers? So Steve, come on, the Canadian team. Anyway, Steve.
Thank you for that. All right, so what we're here presenting here today is who are we and who is the Energy Futures Lab? Energy Futures Lab is really I would call us a group that calls ourselves the radical middle. You know, when we think about oil and gas and we think about a lot of the resource sector that has been fundamental to the, building Canada and all of that, we recognize that there is a future for oil and gas. At the same time, it seems to be a divisive conversation in the past about having renewables and having oil and gas. And for us, we're saying, well, wait a minute, we see a future for both. So that's where we came up with the term the radical middle and going, there is a future for having oil and gas and having that efficiency built in, as well as having renewables into this. So I came upon the lab a couple of years ago, and we have fellows from across Canada, and we work on different projects in terms of being able to look at policy development and all of these kind of things, putting action into nations, going out into nations, and working with them in terms of being able to hear what both First Nations as well as municipalities are interested in building. So if you want to build a solar farm, you want to build a project, and that's where we've, it was hearing those words, that Chief Bobby had this morning, and seeing that within our own nation of Samson Cree. Our nation is 19,000 members in Musquecheese, and in and amongst that, very prosperous in the oil and gas sector. But a lot of those our folks, it's just being honest, they live on social assistance. So they have that monthly income that they need to be able to figure out, how am I going to be able to pay a power bill today? And they're running into those same types of challenges, and we're seeing that across the country. So being able to go, we want to have a better, cleaner future, but we need to do so in a proper manner and in a way that we're respecting and also making energy affordable for all. So that's where the title and everything to this one comes in. So, and that's what, the future is not something to predict, the future is something to build. When we're looking at this and we're talking about example, just recently, one of the coldest days in Alberta, we had a grid alert. We had a couple of gas power plants that had gone offline for unplanned maintenance. And all of us collectively across the province went, holy crow, how are we going to heat our homes? What are we going to do for our lights and everything? So everybody was unplugging everything. And, collectively, we came together as a province in Alberta, and we were able to meet the need, but it also was able to have extra capacity thanks to our brothers and sisters here in Saskatchewan. It was sent across the line, and you saved our butts. So thank you. I wanted to be able to say hi. When we're looking at this, we want to be able to go now, okay, how do we prevent all of these kind of things from happening into the future? And one of the ways that we're looking at is we need to be moving beyond Band-Aids. So, you know, to be able to go short-term thinking, how do we build for the future? And that's where this slide comes to you. And with that, I want to be able to pass it over to Maureen to be able to talk more about those initiatives and how the EFL is taking a role in this and being a leader.
Thanks, Steve. So one of the initiatives that the Energy Futures Lab is currently leading is called Alberta's Electricity Future. This initiative started a couple of years ago as we really started thinking about the transition that we are starting to see in this space and the elevation of the role electricity will play as we move into the future, as we talk about net zero, as we talk about what that sustainable future will look like. And so the team came together and proposed what is a 3-year project. And so at a 30,000-foot level, we are doing this in 3 phases. The first was really to look at co-creating a vision, something that can act as a North Star. And so one of the things, for those of you that aren't as familiar on the electricity system in Alberta, as you might be here in Saskatchewan, is we don't have a single utility such as Sask Power. We've got a multitude of actors that are out there having their own drivers for why they would want to move towards a more sustainable future. So what was this opportunity to bring this group together to actually think about this and co-align to where we want to move? And then once we've got that direction, then it's about, we can't just talk about things. We actually need to identify what are some of those key barriers that are keeping us stuck where we are today, and then starting to develop the solutions that are really needed to unlock those. So as we kicked off this initiative officially about a year ago, we also had the great honor of having an additional advisor on our team. And this is a former chief and elder from the Tsuut'ina Nation in Alberta, who really gave us this gift. And in listening to some of the talks this morning, again, I was just so grateful that this was given to us. This idea of how can we do this initiative in a way that really aligns with an Indigenous engagement approach, as opposed to taking a more of a traditional Western approach, so that maybe we can do this in a more meaningful and better way to ensure that nobody is left behind. And so what really resonated for me today in some of the discussions so far is this idea of starting with that future, bringing those youth voices into the conversation, and then really looking at how do we blend ceremony in with policy development within some of the conversations that we are having, and then to use storytelling and meaning making throughout this process to really make it more efficient. And so we definitely don't have all the answers, but I do think we're starting to move in the right way. So here's a little bit of what has been really important to us. So within this initiative, one thing that has been fundamental and a belief that we have is that a future electricity system needs to put people, businesses, and communities at the center. This system needs to enable what this future wants, as opposed to just getting whatever we've happened to get from the electricity system. And to do this was really going to require a diversity of perspectives. So of course, our traditional electricity utilities and companies need to be at the table, and at the same time, we need those really underrepresented voices, Indigenous communities, rural folks, students who are our next generation of leaders, and also people who are experiencing or have experienced energy poverty. And so a big role of what we were looking to do was to bring those voices together. And over the last year, we've worked with this group of approximately 50 mix of organization and individuals to really co-create this vision. So this is the vision we launched in March of this year. And we were really, again, wanted to use this as our North Star. Now, through this process, we definitely have not been able to bring in all the voices that we hoped to. And so, parallel to these specific engagements where we ask people to come to us, we've also been doing parallel work in going into communities, engaging with them. And that's been with students, that's been with Indigenous communities, and that's also been with a bunch of rural folks in the area. And the goal here is really to say, are we correctionally or directionally correct in what we're looking to do? So a 10-page document boiled down into one slide. Here is the gist of it, but if you're interested, I could talk about this for hours, so please come find us later. So again, keeping in mind that our goal here is to put people, businesses, and communities at the center, we felt what was really needed was a new set of principles that could help act as guideposts as we need to make really difficult choices going forward. Because right now, we don't know what we don't know. We are in the heart of this transition, and so many things are changing all at once that we, instead of setting a specific pathway saying this is the technology, it becomes more about how do we just set some guideposts to help guide us in this direction. So right now, we could all agree, I think, the electricity system has been, set upon principles of safe, reliable, and either low cost or cost efficient, I believe is how Sask Power likes to put it. And those things are great. But going forward and what we heard from this group and what this future system needs to enable us to do, we needed to expand those. So of course we need to maintain those fundamentals, principles of safe and reliable. Those are a non-starter. But then it was also about what else is needed. And so with this coalition, these are that set of new principles that we developed. And so they include optimizing first. So to help us not have this huge cost as we move towards a net zero or a sustainable future, how can we better utilize the system and the resources that we have here? Let's use a diversity of solutions. In this space, a one-size-fits-all, whether that's a technology, whether that's needs of specific communities, is not going to cut it. So we're going to need a multitude of solutions. We also want to look at facilitating equity. What is the role of the electricity system in order to support communities, uplift communities, and ensure that nobody is left behind in this incredible transition that we are going through? And then, again, recognizing we don't know what we don't know right now, how can we be adaptable to the changes that are coming in, whether that's through policy, regulations, technology, community needs? And then finally, how do we embrace that environmental integrity, right? So thinking about as we build new or as we continue to utilize what we have, how do we ensure that we're keeping a great place for that next generation that is really coming in here? So the one thing you might be wondering is, well, why isn't affordability up there? Is that not the biggest issue right now that we see within this space? And it is. And what we deliberately did is bake affordability into each of these additional principles. Because we know whenever you have a principled system, you'd love to say that you can always meet all of them, but there's always trade-offs. So if we do not have a standalone affordability principle, and instead it's baked across them all, then it lowers in our mind the risk that this will be traded off against something else. Okay, so it's always wonderful to have a beautiful paper that sits on the web that everybody's like, yay, good, well done. But then the question all becomes, well, how? How are you going to do this? How are you going to move forward? And so this is really that next phase of work that since March we've been really using all the amazing work that others have done in this space. I will honestly say Alberta are not necessarily leaders in the sustainability grid modernization area. We know Ontario and even the East Coast is further ahead in this, and so how can we learn from others? And that's part of the reason we are here today. And so pulling upon all these research and studies that have been done, we identified 10 systemic barriers that we believe exist in order to move us towards that future vision that we are really looking for. Some of these are very Alberta specific, so not as relevant here, but also some of them are really at that customer level, whereas some of them are also at more of the governance level. So the one, though, that we really did feel applies across the board here is this idea that electricity expansion is really going to need Indigenous-led projects. And so when we think about electrification and where we're going to need to build new in addition to using what we already have more efficiently. And so Harry was just up here talking about the ISO programs that were underway. We know that BC Hydro recently had a call that was looking for a certain percentage of, Indigenous equity. The Saskatchewan here with the Indigenous Investment Finance Corporation, there was a project that I think was actually just announced a few days ago. And so these are all mechanisms that are being used, but part of our question is this enough? Are there additional barriers that really need to be discussed and elevated in order to address these challenges? Okay, so this was very high level. I think I actually managed to do it in about my 10 minutes. We now want some feedback from you guys. So this is where you guys actually get to pick up your phones. It's truly acceptable. And we're gonna look for your feedback. We're gonna do this using Slido, so that way folks here in the room can participate and any of those online can also do it as well. So the first conversation that we are really looking for feedback on is, as Steve alluded to, we believe in Alberta, but not just in Alberta, that based upon what the future needs from the electricity system, this cannot be done by tweaking around the edges. That we actually need to think about some transformative or fundamental changes to how the system operates, is ran, and what it gives us. So this is, I guess, the question to you guys, is do you also feel that a transformative change is needed, and why or why not? So this is how you're gonna participate. Please use your phone to scan the QR code. If you're too far and it won't activate, you can go directly onto slido.com, and this is the number that you can use in order to participate in this. And so I'm just gonna, and what this will do on the next slide, hopefully if this works, tech folks, fingers up, as people start putting in their responses here, we'll be able to start seeing some of what people are thinking coming forward. This can be anonymous if you're not logged in and that kind of stuff. So there we go. Eliminate. Ooh. Wow.
Maybe if there's one thing that I could add to all of this, and you might be asking yourself, okay, what does this all mean? And where is this all going to go? From us, from an Alberta perspective, we're taking a lot of this information and these discussions and these engagements with folks like yourselves and going, what's meaningful to you? Why does this matter? And then from there, being able to put it towards government as well as industry and having those hard conversations and going, hopefully that this will have the opportunity to hear back and influence policy, influence change, design systems, support groups like, my brother Guy Lonechild here, Chief, in terms of FNPA and all of these types of initiatives, why we're all gathered here today. So as you fill in and you add in some of your answers and everything, what we want to do is actually incorporate those into that feedback, and then hopefully some of this information that we've shared here today with you we bring it here in the spirit of reciprocity and two-way knowledge sharing. Feel free to take this. While we do concentrate in Alberta, it's not necessary. Use this as a reference, as a tool set, and as part of your network to reach out to us and say, hey, I've seen something that resonated with me. I want to have a future further conversation on this. This is what you guys are doing in there. We have a Crown Corporation versus a deregulated market. It's not necessarily the same, but here's that process and those steps that we went with in engagement and opportunity. And we're also, I'm going to get kicked over here, but I'm going to go, we're also not for profit. We're not out in it in terms of interest of trying to gain money or anything like that. So feel free to reach out, and we really do appreciate all your feedback and your interaction, and knowing that we're in between you, a couple of other presentations, and that lunch that's getting set up that way.
Awesome. So thank you. I've been seeing a whole bunch of answers coming in. Hopefully you guys have been reading them. I'm not going to have time to go through them all. This was fantastic. So I am going to switch to the next one, because I do have one more question I really want your guys' feedback on. Nice, 100% owned utilities. Okay, so that's a great one, because now the question becomes, to that point, around getting Indigenous-led projects. And so whether this is 100% ownership, whether or not this is at the community level and supporting the needs within that community, whether it is developing the capacity beyond just investment that's needed, what are some of the barriers that you guys see that really need to be addressed in order to achieve that 100% ownership? And so again, Slido, the same one. We'll be now moving on to this question. So feel free to start throwing some answers in there.
Maybe I'll add some commentary while you're pulling up the phone and some Zoom and all of this kind of thing. Is absolutely, you know, you're talking about things like our access and affordability. What is our you know, building all of that? You know, 100% ownership of
Sorry, SAS Power, this is not meant to be a bashing of you.
Nobody's targeting you. But there is absolutely, you know, we need to have some of those discussions, and some of those are honest conversations. Is going, hey, you know, is there an opportunity to have First Nations, a First Nations owned utility? What does that look like? What could that look like? And this is where those kind of conversations could start, you know. So feel free to just, you know, share and everything, and we'll do our best to capture this and take that feedback. And, you know, happy to share all of these, the feedback and everything with you, Guy, and your team. And then if there's anything that we can do to collaborate and share that knowledge going forward, we're happy to do so.
Maybe then just to where Steve's going in terms of what this really helps do is, so I showed you those 10 barriers, key barriers that we believe are needed to really start moving us into this future that we want. The plan is to hopefully by this fall prioritize those into about 3 to 5, because again, we're a nonprofit, we're a pretty small team, we can't take on them all, but really then start to develop solutions. And this is one of those challenges that really resonates. And so you guys helping to identify the further barriers to getting us there really will help to inform what the focus of those working groups might look like. And so with that, I'll maybe also just say, because again, I want to be respectful of our time, we've got about a minute left. You know, we're here for the day, and if you've got thoughts, further feedback that you weren't able to capture on Slido, or if you feel like, man, I'd really love to be involved in this initiative, Steve and I are going to be hanging out for the rest of the day, and we'd love to chat further with you about this. So Steve, anything else on that?
Oh, I just wanted to say hi. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all for giving us that opportunity, and I really appreciate it. Thanks, brother. Hi.
Thank you.
Another big round of applause. Kananaskamitin, very good information. Okay, next up, we have a presentation on food security and innovations working towards food sovereignty. Very important discussion. Today, they're going to explore the vital intersection of food security, agricultural innovations, and clean energy solutions in the pursuit of achieving food sovereignty for Indigenous communities. This presentation aims to highlight how integrating clean energy technologies with agricultural practices can enhance food security, promote sustainability, and empower communities to control their food systems. Achieving food sovereignty goes beyond food security by emphasizing the right of communities to define their own food and agricultural systems in a way that is socially, culturally, economically, and ecologically appropriate. Please help me in welcoming Callie Wood, President and CEO for the National Circle for Indigenous Agriculture and Food, and Chris McGee, Senior Vice President of Business Development for the National Circle for Indigenous Agriculture and Food. Come on up.
Danse, good morning everyone. I know we're between you and your lunch, so we don't want to take up too much time. First of all, thank you, Guy, for this wonderful invitation. We're very fortunate to be able to share space with FNPA, and we're really excited and humbled to be here. Just to talk a little bit about the National Circle for Indigenous Agriculture and Food, and then I'll pass it over to Chris. We really are a part of a movement in Canada. So we are right now currently working across all 10 provinces and 3 territories. This is an organization, a nonprofit that was started literally this year in 2024, January, to really start working on food security and food sovereignty. And it's just a recipe for success being alongside FNPA, because that's very much a part of what we want to do. So while we're talking about that energy sector, we also want to make sure that the agriculture sector is a piece of that. They both together are a recipe for success, like I said. I think what's really exciting about this is, we're working, like I said, 634 First Nations, all Métis across Canada, as well as the Inuit. We have a lot of projects underway already in just a very short time. And we really focus on capacity building, we focus on reconciliation, and then as well, really concentrating on what that business development looks like. It has been something that's been on our minds for 5 years. We started this work in 2020. I was formerly the Senior Indigenous Advisor for Government of Saskatchewan Ministry of Agriculture, retired from that and moved into this position. And like Guy said earlier, it's never about titles. And we're a team, and we're trying to move this forward for our next generations. And I think for me this morning was phenomenal, listening to our next generation and to our youth. Everything, I think of my children and my grandchildren, and everything that we do is for that. And what are we doing in this room to make that change? And what are we doing in this room to mentor our next generations? So the National Circle for Indigenous Agriculture and Food is really focused on that. We again go into communities. We've been across several already across Canada to have the conversations, to journey alongside them so that it's not just a one brush stroke on how we're going to lead. And it makes a difference. We're building relationships. It's about relationships. It's about that leading with kindness. And it's about really wanting to make a true impact. It's not about the money. It's bringing Western culture together. So the data, the analytical, the research minds, together with our Indigenous ways of knowing and our traditional knowledge. What does agriculture look like in Canada? It's not just about livestock, and it's not just about crops. We have to think about our treaty inherent rights. We have to think about our traditional harvesting and our hunting and fishing and trapping. So that's what we're really working towards. We're trying to shift mindsets and working with government, primary, high schools, post-secondaries, like-minded nonprofits, and then as well industry partners. And we have many coming on board. This is really good work, and it's why I'm here. And it really is, we're very honored to be able to work with Guy, with our partners, to move this agenda forward. So I'm going to pass it over to Chris so he can talk a little bit more about the clean sector.
Probably just going to make that sound a lot worse after I'm done talking, because she's way smarter than I am with this stuff. But I mean, at the end of the day, 78% of farms are talking across Canada that they're utilizing renewable energy sources. That is where we're going. That is the future. When we take a look at the Indigenous agriculture sector across the country, we have to look at how do we make sure that we sustain and enable that. How do we get our kids with their hands back in the dirt? How do we ensure that we build that sustainability pipeline as we go through and engage that? The P that's in this nice acronym up here right now, the power is in collaboration. The power is how we come together, we journey alongside one another, and we ensure that we have that sustainable future. $1.6 billion a year miss in GDP in this country, missing that Indigenous agriculture component. So how do we collaborate with our partners, with the FNPAs of the world, the other people that are working in this sector, to ensure that we have a brighter future for tomorrow, for our kids, our children, our grandchildren, those not yet born. Thank you for being here. Thank you to Guy for being our neighbor, and all the best in the next day and a half. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, thank you. Okay, we have one more presentation quickly before we get to lunch here. Community Spotlight, Planning for a More Sustainable Future, Muscopetang Soto Nation. They're going to welcome you to their Community Spotlight presentation, where they're going to focus on the developments and contributions in green energy sector through highlighting innovative projects, exciting community initiatives, and key players who are making significant strides. Please help me in welcoming Chief Melissa Tavida and Mike Ajakuti. Oh. You stuck up behind me, Mike.
Thank you, Nick. I want to say good morning or afternoon now to everybody. But before I get started, I'd like to thank our elders who lifted those pipes this morning, as well as our drum group. Sorry, I'm suffering from a little bit of a cough. Before I get started, though, Anin si Joaquin, Wahuanatak Paneshe Tapwiwatam, Mike Ajakude, Indigenous, Muscopetang, Soto, Ojibwe, Anishinaabe Nation. Good morning, Mr. Guy Lonechild. I want to say thank you today for inviting Muscopetang to share our community experience and our experience to date and what we're trying to do. But again, sorry, I'm not following my notes here. I want to thank the territory for inviting us here, Treaty 6 for having us in your territory today. I want to thank our staff that are part of today's function, all the people who have cooked and served for us. Can we please give them a round of applause as you're about to eat? Hi, 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 hi. Chief Tavita is unable to attend today, so I'll be delivering the presentation on behalf of Muscopetang. But I'd also like to acknowledge Peter Nippy, if he's in the room still, my elder from Kiniston, Mr. Peter Nippy. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Hi, hi, Chief Peter Nippy, actually. But as I move forward, I too am nervous. I've been around the community for 25 years now doing community service, but I too still get nervous at these kind of events. So I'm going to try for the first time ever that tactic where they say you look at your crowd and see if they're naked. So I'm going to try. Where's Guy? Where are you? I'll get a good look at you. I want to acknowledge our veterans, our chiefs, our elders who are here, and especially that youth panel that was before. On the way here, I got to hear the online presentation of this event, and absolutely beautiful. Watching it on screen, on the way here on my vehicle, man, is it an absolute privilege to see such great display of Indigenous coordination. So good job again to all of the FNPA staff for that. Today I get to present to you, yes, 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 a round of applause. This is a beautiful event. Take a look at this screen behind me. Muscopetang started its journey, oh sorry, I got a screen here they said to. I don't think that's my presentation down there. Or, there we go, there we go. Muscopetang, we started our journey 2 years ago in the energy space, brand new, not knowing a clue what we were doing, and we received an invite from Red Dog Holdings CEO Linda Bigknife, who invited Muscopetang to participate in a discussion on participating in Saskatchewan's RFPs that were coming. I, at the time, was only looking at Sask Power's 1 megawatt community generator program. And as I was looking at that, the invitation came in to meet on 100 megawatts. And I easily pivoted from 1 megawatt, I went to 100 easily. So I want to thank Linda Bigknife for that introduction, because if it wasn't for Linda Bigknife, Muscopetang would not be at this table, would not be even in this space today. So I want to thank Linda Bigknife. The last 2 years, we've been very, very busy. And today I get to show you what we've been up to. In my capacity, I'm the CEO for Muscopetang Soto Business Developments, and we are currently involved in Indigenous procurement, gas bar retail, renewable energy, the cannabis industry, and soon to be broadband connectivity services. But in addition to that, we also provide support to the nation on many different infrastructure projects, legislation development, and community planning initiatives. You see on the screen some of the industries that we've tried to participate in. I'm going to go through a slide of a series of projects that we're involved in. The first one is working with a developer named Volterix out of Alberta. Our partners on this project, Star Blanket Cree Nation, Muscopeding, and Fort Chippewa Métis Osita from Alberta. We're looking at 95% ownership in this project, and this is three 25 megawatt farms out of Alberta, and I want to acknowledge my partners that may be here if they're not here. Another project that we're engaged in is the Interjects, our partner. Sorry, I want to introduce Jason McIver in the corner. If you could please stand up and wave. Maybe stand up, sir, if you could. Thank you. He was one of those moonias putting that teepee together there. That's why it looks all wrinkled. No, I'm kidding, Jason. This is another project in partnership with Star Blanket Cree Nation and Western Region 3, the Métis Nation of Saskatchewan. So if I see Wendy Gervais here, I want to acknowledge you, or Warren Gervais if you're in the room. Hi, hi. This is another project I mentioned, 400 million total value, 100 megawatt bids that we're participating on, and I think that's going to be awarded this fall, so hopefully we have some movement there for us. Another project we're participating in is the 200 megawatt wind project. We're partnered again with Star Blanket Cree Nation, White Bear First Nation, and Sturgeon Lake. And you can see again, that bid is coming up this fall, and hopefully we're successful in that. I'd like to acknowledge Brian Hodder and Jessica Nixon and all the team over at Res Group for assisting us on this project. I did want to acknowledge Guy Lonechild for the introduction. Sorry to Interjects and Jason McIver. When we were looking for a developer, the FNPA was instrumental in pairing us with the right team. So hi for that, Chief Lonechild. Next project, we're looking in Alberta, again, Star Blanket Cree Nation, Muscopeding and Osita, Métis Fort Chip. This is a utility company that we're eyeballing, finalizing its financing right now. It's going to be a 100% owned Indigenous utility provider in Alberta, and we're looking at capitalizing on the Indigenous market there. So as Muscopeding advances our file, this is one we've moved into a different jurisdiction, and we're quite pleased about that. Another project we're working on is EV charging, and this one will be 80% Indigenous owned, coast to coast. 75 locations from Nova Scotia to Vancouver Island. It's an $80 million project. And we're going to be working with 2 nations from each province on this. This is an in-house Silver Fox management project. And if I could, Keegan Lang, if you're in the room, if you could please stand up. Oh, there he is, Keegan Lang. Hi. I also took a peek at you while I was doing my naked exercise, Keegan. Another project, Evolution Potash. Muscopeding is looking at ownership in this mine, which is close to southeast Saskatchewan. We're partnered with a number of different nations on this, and I think this project, as it creates its own partnership, in the future we'll be properly able to identify those. But again, this is another area that we weren't in 2 years ago, but we're pleased to be a part of it today. Moving on to our next project, Net Zero Homes in Muscopeding. We're looking at a 50-unit development with our architect, Oxbow Architecture and Hereoff Developments, trying to provide new homes for our community with the latest technology. You see, you can have a cleaner home, fresh air, but it's more than just that. It's taking a look at our community infrastructure and putting our nations to the same level of standard that the rest of society is at. And you see, most homes today, their fridges, your toasters, your coffee makers are now paired with a broadband connection. Our communities should also experience that kind of technology. So Muscopeding, we're working on a 50-unit development to provide that for our people. But also we have the Community Energy Report by the First Nations Power Authority. Thank you to Joshua Thomas and Tamika Panay. I don't know if you guys are in the room. I just want to acknowledge you guys for the great work that you've done on this report. It's a $50,000 in-kind contribution from the FNPA. So miigwech to you guys. If you're in the room, please give them a round of applause. I know they've helped you too with many other community energy reports. This report gives us an insight of what Muscopeding is like, dealing with solar, wind, geothermal, but it also provides us recommendations on what we need to do going into the future. We're also working on providing natural gas lines to Muscopeding. We began this about 3 years ago. We introduced Chief Tavita to the CEO of Sask Energy with the intent to provide gas lines for our community. For those who don't know, Muscopetang is located in the Quappel Valley, so the infrastructure has never been installed. Again, the rest of society enjoys this type of infrastructure. Well, we just don't have it in our community. Neither does our neighboring nation, Pipot First Nation. So we've begun discussions with many other communities to try and have our needs addressed. And next week, I'm pleased to report that Chief Tavita and Chief Edwin Ananas of Beardy's Okamasis will be presenting a Chief's Resolution at the AFN Assembly next month to bring attention nationally to the need for gasification in our communities. And I want to thank the FNPA and Sask Energy on their MOU and what that's going to do for nations like Muscopetang who don't have that infrastructure. That MOU will be used as a vehicle to address all of our collective needs. We have a meeting with the Minister and the RDG coming up. So these are some projects that we've been working on in a short period of 2 years, and it's been a very, very, very busy 2 years. You see the compilation of our work, the solar with Voltairix and Intergex, our project with the RES Group, our utility acquisition out of Alberta, EV charging, coast to coast, potash mine ownership, net zero housing, the community report, and natural gas. So it's been a very, very busy 2 years for us in Muscopetang, but we couldn't have done it without our consultant and our great team over at Silver Fox Management. Again, I want to acknowledge Keegan Lane and his team for everything they've done for Muscopetang. Hi, hi. I also want to acknowledge another business development firm, Upfront Consulting, who has done great work for Muscopetang. As you see, there's the CEO of Sask Energy in Muscopetang meeting with Chief Tavita and the council, all starting these discussions that we're talking about today. And I think that's it for me, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank, again, Guy Lonechild and everybody over at the FNPA for the opportunity to share with you our story in Muscopetang. It's been a very short 2 years, but we've really tried to spread ourselves into all industries. So on behalf of Chief Tavita, our community, our council, miigwech, 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 may you return safe to your homes and to your home fires. So miigwech, thank you.
Big round of applause for Mike Adjacuti. Please visit their website and learn more about it. It's exciting to see our First Nations communities moving in this direction. So, all right, now it's everybody's favorite time of the day. It's lunchtime, okay? Don't all get up at once, but we have about 15 minutes or so for lunch. Bring your plates, go line up. And then we're going to have a little bit of a cultural performance going on as well. So stay tuned for that. I won't say any more. I can tell you guys are hungry. By all means, starting on this side, please go and line up and let's get started with that lunch. Tony, do you have some music to play to entertain these people? During our lunch, please, we have our vendors back there near the registration table. Please take a chance to go and see some of their beautiful artwork that they made, taking blood, sweat, and tears. Those are our original entrepreneurs, so please go out and visit our vendors as well. Some of the booths, some of the out there, please go and check them out as well. There's an opportunity to go and visit some of those vendors and some of those booths. I could see you guys are still waiting for direction. So when lunch, everybody else starts getting up, it's your responsibility to listen with your eyes, okay? That means that when everybody else is getting up, you should probably get up as well or you're gonna get cold food. That was not a big enough hint for you to get up from your tables and line up and go and eat. Smarten up, hurry up, start listening.
check, check.
As you're lining up and potentially there's one person checking their pockets for a missing cell phone, you were up here, one of the panelists, I think, left their cell phone up here. I won't say much about it, although the screen is cracked. Is that yours? If you know whose it is, that's a rough phone. Virgin Mobile. Somebody that's not in, oh, Virgin Mobile, your Nokia phone. Looks like.
First Nation. Today, I brought my friends and I are going to dance for you, perform our styles of dance, and I hope you enjoy your meal and our performance. First, I'd like to call up a lady's original style fancy dancer. Her name is Gakasheo Ehenekyu. Gakasheo is 19 years old. She's enrolling into university, and she loves dancing powwow. Okay, I'll be performing Ladies Jingle. The ladies' style of jingle dress I'll be performing is considered the contemporary version. The contemporary version of the healing dance. The ladies' jingle dress originates from the Ojibwe Nation. Sometimes I get nervous too. What? Okay, here we go.
Tanse, everybody. My name's Dennis Morrison Jr. This is my son, Dennis Morrison III. We'll be performing the men's traditional. What this consists of, the men's traditional, we go out and tell out a story that we're hunting, coming back with food to provide for the tribes, or else there could be a battle, a story of a battle taking place. We'd go out and we take care of these battles and our war stories. We come back and telling these stories through dance. So we'll do a rendition of the men's traditional.
back to Ladies Jingle and how the style of dance originates from the Ojibwe people. It's called the healing dance. It focuses on sound vibration and frequency through the jingle cones connected to the drum beat. And the drum beat represents the heartbeat of Mother Earth. Right now, today, I am one dancer. But where the Ojibwe come from and where the dance originates, there are several women forming a circle, performing the healing dance, focusing on sound, vibration, and frequency to the heartbeat of Mother Earth. I'm out of breath. Thank you guys so much for watching me dance for you today. So the next song and dance we're going to show you is the Crow Hop performed by my daughter Gakasho. The Crow Hop in Ladies Fancy has a different style of beat, a different rhythm. I'm sure you'll love it.
All right, so that's the ladies' fancy dance, and let's give a round of applause for the drum group here. Without the drum group, there'd be no dance or no song for us to participate in, eh? Excuse me, I'm a little hoarse right now, and that's not my Indian name, so. This next one here, dance that we're gonna do for you guys is called the men's sneak up. What this one entails is The dancers are going, again, on a war party. We're sneaking up on these enemies. Maybe to the next camp, we're sneaking up on a camper, stealing their horses. Maybe their wives sometimes, you know? It happens. But this one here, we go under enemy lines where they can detect us. We try not to make a sound where we can sneak up on these enemies. So that's the story we're trying to tell, eh? So the next song, Sneak Up, we'll get the men's traditional going here. Thank you very much. Right.
Hoga. Another big round of applause for Kamoana Henekeu and Spirit Nation dancers. Again, our drum group and our performance over lunch hour, Iron Nation, big round of applause. They've been dancing their whole lives. I'm happy it wasn't me up here. All right. Next, I'm going to call up some of our title sponsors. First off, I'm not sure who from Bruce Power, but we'll call up Bruce Power. Come up, Atkins Realist and SAS Power to say a couple words. You only have 5 minutes, and I'm pulling you off stage. Pulling you off stage. Anyways. That's the goal, I think, right? I'm reading, I'm following the script, so. All right. You guys have, whoever wants to, yeah, say who you guys are first. But you guys be done in 5 minutes.
Ani bozo, ashkenizik dishnakas, makwadodem, nashtingneming dinjaba. Hello, my name is Theron Solomon. Unfortunately, the rest of the staff members from Bruce Power weren't able to make it, but we do have a partnership with them, and I know that all of them wanted to be here. And I just wanted to say on their behalf that they're really great at supporting these kind of events, this Indigenous involvement. They've played a key role in the partnerships with my home community. And if they weren't all so busy, I'm sure they would all have loved to have attended here today. Thank you.
Ani Bojoga Kinawea. My name is Sean Conway. I'm very happy to bring some greetings on behalf of Atkins Realis. Our team is here. We've got Ruby Littlechild, Sarah John, Carl Marcotte, and Gary Rose here. We're big fans of FNPA, and we're big fans of what this conference stands for, and happy to participate in every way we can. I know we're going to get the hook here soon, but thanks a lot, everybody. We're happy to be here.
Hello, I'm glad that everybody's still eating. So Julianne Riston with SAS Power. I want to thank Guy and FNPA for building such a wonderful event and for the invitation to come and eat and be a part of learning here today. I do have a team here, so if you look over that way, we've got a little booth and we've got all of our Indigenous relations folks here looking to have conversations. We have our Indigenous procurement team here as well to talk about opportunities. I will say that this is an exciting time in Saskatchewan. When we think about the energy transition and the transition to renewable energy and SMRs, this is a real opportunity for true economic reconciliation. I don't think that we've seen an opportunity to sit together as equal partners, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, quite in the same way for many years. And I would say many, many years, actually. And so to talk about relationships and to think about partnerships in this space is critically important. When we think about Indigenous worldview and we think about the fact that sustainability and generational thinking is really a thing, what better place to implement some of those ideals and some of those values but into the energy and resource sector? When we think about renewable energy and what we're doing to try to reduce our emissions, this is the best time possible to really speak to Indigenous people about what that could look like. I'm excited to be new to SAS Power, so I'm 5 months in. I have to stop saying new, I've been told. But 5 months in, and the reason that I see such an opportunity here is because there really hasn't been a time in my lifetime, and certainly I don't think many of us in the room, where we've had this kind of opportunity in front of us. So I'm excited to learn. SAS Power is excited to learn. We're looking at rebuilding and continuing to build good relationships with Indigenous people and communities in Saskatchewan. We do have commitments to ensure that there is Indigenous ownership in renewable energy, thinking about equity ownership as we go forward, and still learning what that model could look like. So I think together, as we work together with partners like FNPA and other communities, we are going to continue to evolve in that space. So I look forward to the opportunity. I look forward to speaking to all of each of one of you that is interested in talking about SAS Power and what we're doing, and hopefully we'll see a bright future together. So thank you again.
I don't have any major announcements. You just have about 15 more minutes to swallow your last few bites before we get into our presentation. So enjoy visiting, enjoy your last few bites of food, and we'll be back here in about 15 more minutes. excuse me. Next, we have a presentation by the Community Energy team from First Nations Power Authority. They're going to be doing a presentation on advancing community energy. Community energy empowers residents, businesses, and organizations to actively participate in the energy transition through fostering sustainability, resilience, and promoting economic empowerment. Together, let us continue to support and advocate for the community-driven solutions that empower individuals, strengthen local economies, and contribute to a cleaner and more resilient energy system. Two speakers here they told me to say they're the reason this is so successful today. Help me in welcoming Rebecca Adjikiti and Tamika Panay. Big round of applause. Told you. Good job. Proud of you. Good job.
You said my name wrong, Nick. Okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming today. It's nice to see everybody and get some hugs. So, I'm Rebecca Achkate, Tamika Panay. We're community energy planners with First Nation Power Authority. I was previously membership and partnerships manager for 6-7 years. Oh, you got that? Okay, so we do community energy plans along with Joshua Thomas. And we're just going to explain a little bit about it, and at the end of our presentation, I hope some communities in the room would be comfortable coming to speak with us and learning how we can help your community have a community energy plan. At FNPA, our priorities are Indigenous power projects, capacity and sustainability, Indigenous clean energy capacity, and creating a national presence and leadership throughout Canada with Indigenous communities. This one? Oh, that's not you. So a community energy plan serves as a tool for guiding community towards a more sustainable, resilient, and affordable energy future. The plans aim to reduce energy consumption, increase energy efficiency, enhance energy security in your communities, and they are ultimately a plan to use to create renewable energy resources in your communities. The plan overall will help you access funding for future projects. It provides a clear metrics for funding reporting. It'll give you the ability to review your community goals and assess progress along the way, and really give you a clear understanding of the energy usage data and future opportunities that your community can use. So when we start working with the community, it's really about how we can help the community grow and become more sustainable and ensure energy security. So we meet with leadership and learn what the community's visions might be and create a plan with you. The positive impacts of community energy planning. Ultimately, we all know there's a lot of high power bills in the province, so energy cost savings. So for example, there's a project we're working on implementing in a couple northern communities that could save up to 65% on the cost of energy bills once it's implemented. Economic development. Energy projects and initiatives can create jobs and stimulate economic growth in the community, so capacity building, creating some long-term employment for people who would like to work on the projects that you create. Environmental protection, which is always one of my most valued impacts of a community energy plan and energy projects. It's important to start looking at how to reduce the emissions your community is creating, especially if your community is on diesel or using propane or different fossil fuels that aren't good for the environment. And all those things can contribute to health problems, not just affecting the environment. They affect people overall. And energy security, so diversifying the energy supply with renewables reduces the reliance on harmful fossil fuels and prevents disruptions to power supply. So ensuring that your community creates some sustainable power solutions. This will prevent power outages in the summer and the winter. A lot of communities have like community freezers where the community will do community hunts, and they'll provide meat for people who need it in the community. And in the summer, if the power goes down, all of that is gone. So it affects food security as well, not just keeping people warm in the winter. Improve public health, reducing pollution with the removal of fossil fuels will lead to lower rates of respiratory illnesses, cardiovascular diseases, and other health problems associated with the pollution from the fossil fuels. And at the end of the day, working with the community and really building on the collaboration with the youth and the elders and leadership through the community, it creates community empowerment. And people in the community are more likely to be proud of the plan they've created and move forward with it. So community engagement is something that we find is really important and try to do throughout the process. And yeah, really a community energy plan is the overall vision of your future energy security and sustainable goals. And now Tamika will speak.
So I do see some people taking some pictures of our presentation. If you just want to come to our table after our presentation right over here, we can share the presentation with you. And before I begin speaking on energy security, if you guys would like to learn more, there is we do have Elena Gilmet and Ronaldo Robillard here from the School of Environment and Sustainability at USask, and they do have a booth back there for more information. And also, please check out some of our vendors. There's some very awesome gifts back there. So myself, I'm Tamika Panay. I am from Pasco First Nation. Rebecca and I are part of the community energy planning team at FNPA. So here's just a few of the communities that we have previously worked with and are currently working with to create a community energy plan. So community energy plan is not just crucial for our present, but our future energy in our communities. So over the years, we've witnessed like the transformative impact and thoughtful and sustainable energy strategies on the places that we call home. I call Treaty 4 home, and I'm so thankful to be in Treaty 6 territory right now. So the energy development timeline for a community energy plan, what we do is we've assisted in crafting community energy plans and creating ongoing initiatives that the communities are engaged with today. So the process of developing a community energy plan first begins with getting our baseline information. So this is the foundation on which we build our community energy plan, which is a document that the community themselves own. And so what we do is we analyze their current energy usage, identify key stakeholders within the communities and surrounding areas, and find and access available resources, so we lay the groundwork for informed decision-making for the community. So next we do an opportunity study phase. So this is where creativity meets feasibility. So we explore innovative technologies, access potential partnerships, and seek out funding opportunities for us to implement these energy security initiatives. So it's about envisioning what's possible. And so, as Rebecca stated, we do meet with Chief and Council, but we also meet with the community members, the youth, and the elders on what their vision is for their energy future. And so we translate these visions into actionable items. So next is we goal set. And so with having clear objectives in mind, we align our efforts towards achieving those outcomes. So whether it's reducing carbon emissions, enhancing energy efficiency, energy security, or promoting renewable energy adoption. So we set these ambitious but achievable goals. So the community energy visioning isn't just about numbers and statistics, it's about what the future can be for that community. So what it's about is essentially empowering communities to take charge of their own energy future and us helping them achieve that through a legacy of environmental stewardship. So the next step is energy conservation. So once we've completed the community energy plan, we also have energy efficiency toolkits to help the community, both on an individual and on a community level, have strategies to do cost-effective solutions. So we promote energy efficiency measures and behavioral changes, and also partnering with our industry members to help achieve these goals. And FNPA's work doesn't stop there. Once we complete the community energy plan, it's not like our relationship is done. We are focused on having free, prior informed consent and having an ongoing relationship with our communities. We are still great partners, and we do have still our members from our past community energy plans that we still continue to work through together to this day. So FNPA collaborates with communities alongside with our industry and our community members to work on community energy projects. So these projects span a spectrum of renewable energy sources, such as solar, wind, geothermal, biomass, and others. So we all just really want to diversify what we can do to help the community, and we would love for you to contact us for that. So as we look ahead to a path for a sustainable future, it's illuminated by our collective efforts, especially our youth, our people in business right now. So it requires perseverance, innovation, and a shared commitment from everybody to come together to have an opportunity to shape the future, to have clean, affordable energy power and thriving communities. So in conclusion, our journey with community energy plans is not just towards reducing kilowatt hours and lowering power bills. It's about building resilience, fostering innovation, and empowering communities. Thank you. And you can reach myself, Joshua, or Rebecca at our emails down below, or if you would like to come to our table and say hello, we'd very much appreciate that, and have a great rest of your conference.
Another big round of applause, please, for Rebecca and Tamika. Next, we have another FNP employee, the Business Development Manager, Joshua Thomas from the Kinistin Soto Nation. I'll tell a little bit about what he's going to be discussing here. He's going to talk about greener neighborhoods and clean fuels awareness. The clean energy sources, including renewable energy, low carbon fuels, offer solutions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, enhance energy efficiency, and create economic opportunities. By promoting awareness and understanding of clean energy technologies and practices, we can empower individuals and communities to contribute to a healthier planet and resilient future. Please help me in welcoming Joshua Thomas.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you to our drum group, to our dancers, to all leadership here, to all the chiefs, and to all my friends. It's great to be at another FNPA conference. I'm excited today to tell you a little bit about some of the initiatives that FNPA is starting to work on. The two are the Clean Fuels Awareness Planning, and the other one is the Greener Neighborhoods Pilot Projects. So yes, my name is Joshua Thomas. I'm from the Kinistin Soto Nation, and I'm the Business Development Manager at the FNPA. I've been with FNPA for almost 4.5 years now. I've been doing business development for about half of it, and community energy planning when I first got here. So a little bit of an agenda, basically only 2 parts. I'm going to be talking about the Clean Fuels Awareness Program, about the program, what it entails, how to get involved, and then I'm also going to be talking about the Greener Neighborhoods Pilot Program, which is a super interesting program that I think a lot of you are going to be really interested in. So the Clean Fuels Awareness Fund is a new fund. It's developed by Natural Resources Canada, or NRCan, and basically what it's there to do is to create educational opportunities for the public, and in our case, we're trying to really hone in on Indigenous communities to teach them about clean fuels, alternatives, renewable energy, energy efficiency, carbon intensity of different energy sources, and how to invest in clean and renewable technology. So FNPA and the PTRC, or Petroleum Technology Research Council or Research Center, partnered together on this application. And what we're going to be doing over the next few years is delivering and presenting a series of workshops, training sessions, educational materials, and post-secondary materials. Petroleum Technology Research Center, they're the group that manages the sequestered carbon from the Boundary Dam power plant, SaskPower's power plant that has the carbon capture, and that's able to take the carbon from the exhaust, from the emissions, sequester it deep kilometers under the ground to prevent it from entering the atmosphere. And they're also the experts in everything subsurface, and so they're heavily invested right now in geothermal. And so I know there's a lot of talks going around about how to improve energy security and how to find alternative heating options, and this is one of those alternative heating options. And they're working on a project for the new leisure center in Regina to add geothermal heating to there. So in terms of the actual work that we're doing, over the next few years, we're going to be running 9 workshops. We hosted the first workshop on May 27th in Regina. It was the Renewable Energy Development for Indigenous Communities workshop. We also want to host solar workshops, wind workshops, geothermal, alternative heating sources, net zero strategies, and many more. We have a list of workshops that we really want to do, but we also have some openings, some new ideas for workshops. So if your community is ever interested in any kind of specific workshop, please let us know and we can try to figure out something. We're also going to be doing engagement sessions for communities, and so we want to come out to your community, we want to come out to your tribal council. If you're an Indigenous business, we want to come out and talk to you to tell you one-on-one about these different technologies, about these different opportunities. And so these workshops are going to be hosted in larger centers like Saskatoon. The first one was in Regina, potentially Edmonton, and we want to really bring a lot of industry experts into there. We want it to be half industry experts, half Indigenous communities, to try to teach the Indigenous communities and try to build partnerships through these workshops. And then the engagement sessions, we want to come out to your own community. We want to make sure that there's an opportunity for you to come to us to host these large workshops, but we know that's very difficult, so we also want to open the doors for us to come to you, for us to deliver the workshops in your communities, sit one-on-one with you, have something more closely, more intimate. We're also going to be developing a best practices guide for the development of Indigenous renewable energy toolkits. We're developing post-secondary materials, and we're going to be hosting 10 training sessions every year over the next few years. And there's going to be talking about economic development, project management, project siting, finance, and everything between. So here's some pictures from our first workshop. We had great attendance, and it was an awesome time. We heard some really good feedback about what things were really valuable for people to learn, and we're going to be trying to improve our workshop process every single time. So in terms of how to get involved, if you want to get involved, keep an eye out on LinkedIn, on our website, on our calendar, our emails, our phone calls for any upcoming workshops, any upcoming training sessions. If you want some kind of specific training session or workshop, please reach out to us and we'll try to set something up for your community. Again, we want to come out to as many communities as we can over the next few years, and we can schedule a workshop together with you, we can schedule training sessions with you, or help you connect you with some of our industry partners that can do the same. The second project I want to start talking about is the Greener Neighborhoods Pilot Program. And so again, this one, it was developed by NRCan, or Natural Resources Canada, and it's an innovative energy efficiency program. So there are 7 groups that were chosen to be part of this program, this phase 1 of this program, and FNPA is one of them, and we're the only one that is not a large city. And so a lot of these communities are going to be focusing on their own city, their own community. FNPA's job is to determine the best practices, best ways to do this for Indigenous communities. We are partnering with, for this, we are partnering with Summerhill. They're the energy efficiency experts that we really partner with, that we really lean on, and they're also our partners for the First Nations Community Building Retrofits Program, which Harry talked a little bit about this morning. So in terms of energy efficiency, it is extremely crucial for everybody, but especially in places that are carbon intensive, and especially for in places that suffer from energy insecurity, such as Indigenous communities. The biggest one, honestly, the biggest reason is energy security and cost savings. We heard a lot today about how communities sometimes have to choose whether to pay their power bill or whether to get food for their family. And a lot of it is energy efficiency issues. They're spending too much on energy at no fault of your own due to the technologies and the ways that homes are being built. It also increases the energy security in the long term because the more you save, it compounds over the years. And so by investing in energy efficiency technologies today, that's only going to benefit you every year more and more, and it's going to protect you from any kind of rate increases or price increases to energy. Environmental protection is also a huge one. A lot of the energy created in Saskatchewan is still fossil fuels, and so when you have electric heaters that's being partially powered by solar and wind, but a lot of it is still coming from coal, coming from natural gas, fossil fuel sources. And if you're a First Nations community, there's a very good chance that you don't have natural gas. You have propane, which is a fossil fuel that causes more emissions than natural gas. And so by reducing our energy consumption, we can really make a huge step towards the environment. If you're a community and you want to do future planning, I heard a little bit about microgrids, somebody mentioned it today. It is a lot cheaper to first implement and invest in energy efficiency technologies to reduce your load. And so you could have a community decrease how much energy you use by half, and then you could design your system to meet your new needs. And so you can do this on a community scale or even on a smaller scale like a school. Instead of spending $300,000 on a solar system, you could spend $50,000 on energy efficiency and then $100,000 on a properly sized solar system after that. And so energy efficiency should always be the first step. And health benefits, especially for Indigenous communities that suffer from moisture issues. I've seen a lot of communities that don't have houses built or designed for the local geography. Whoop. So this program, this Greener Neighborhoods pilot program, is trying to bring something called Energy Sprong to Canada. And Energy Sprong is Dutch for Energy Leap. And so this is an energy efficiency method that was developed in the Netherlands, and they've been doing it for years now. And it's a huge whole home retrofit. And so they do upgrades to the insulation, the windows and doors, the heating and cooling systems, HVAC systems, and preparing the homes for solar panels. And so the thing that really makes this kind of unique is that it's a whole home thing, but it also removes the outside layer of your home, the plastic, the shingles, and it replaces it with prefabricated ultra-efficient walls. And so that is why this type of energy efficiency method is very different. And so for an example, we can see in the UK here, there's row homes, and they're all built the exact same way. They're all identical to each other, which is crucial to the success of this type of energy efficiency method. And so you can see that there's a couple homes there that don't have anything on them. It's just the brick. And then there's a few homes that have the prefabricated panels on them. They've got solar panels on them. They've got new windows. And this is basically what you do, is you do a bunch of energy retrofits. You take off the very outside wall, put new prefabricated walls on there, it thickens the wall, and it makes your home ultra energy efficient. And so the benefits of this is that it approaches the whole entire house. A lot of times when you do energy efficiency methods, you look at one thing and you do the one thing that is going to make the most impact. And then maybe in a couple of years, you do the next thing that's going to make an impact. This is trying to do everything at once. It can transform your home into a net zero home. And this can make it so that not only new homes are net zero, but older homes, 20, 30, 40-year-old homes, it'll give them the chance to be net zero. And this benefits from large-scale investment and economies of scale. And so the reason why this works in the Netherlands is that they have a lot of homes that are built the exact same. And so you can do the study on one home, you can do the measurements on one home, and then apply that to 100 homes. And so that is why this is so successful there. And this benefits, again, from doing 100, 200, 300 homes at once, and why this is a perfect opportunity for First Nations. And so why this would benefit Indigenous communities specifically, a huge one is the similarity of homes. And so if you've been to a reserve, you probably noticed that a lot of the homes look very similar, either throughout the years, or at least every year they'll build 5, 10 homes, typically built and looking the exact same. This is just to ease costs, to build them faster, and that was how you benefit from this. So you can do the study on one of those homes, and then with the work of one home, you're able to do the energy efficiency upgrades for 10 of them. Indigenous communities also have very high energy costs, and this is due a lot to the inefficient homes. This is due to the fuels that they're forced to use, like propane, which is more expensive. Or if you're a northern community that doesn't have propane, like electricity, which is much more expensive than natural gas. And banned housing. And so this would really only work if you're able to do this on a bunch of different homes. This is difficult in some place, like a city, but since banned housing is how most of the houses on reserves are built, you can really benefit from doing all the homes at once and from the banned investing. So in terms of how to implement this, basically you identify the ideal homes, which are homes that need to be upgraded and homes that are very, very similar or the exact same to each other. You do a study of the home and energy audits. You measure the home dimensions. You fabricate these panels off-site. You procure and deliver the upgrades like the windows, like the HVAC, appliances, and then you install everything. And so basically this looks at one home, sees the energy efficiency upgrades that are needed to there, finds a bunch of similar homes, and applies it to all of them. And the more homes that you do, the cheaper it is per home. And so FNPA is part of one of 7 market development teams. This is the phase 1 for the Greener Neighborhoods pilot program. And basically our job is to figure out how to actually get everybody involved to do this. And so we're going to be working with government bodies, with Indigenous Services Canada, utilities like Sask Energy, Sask Power, and one of the key things that the MOU that we wrote with Sask Energy was involvement and working together to figure out how to do this. Home builders, post-secondary schools, and energy efficiency companies, but most importantly, Indigenous communities. And so we have a couple of communities that are interested, but we are seeking 10 communities to complete this study on. So we want to figure out not only on the technical side, how do we do this, on the financial side with ISK and with the utilities on how do we fund this, but we also want to know how do we approach communities, because this is going to be a lot of work, a lot of outside work from people that have never been to an Indigenous community, and it's going to be pretty invasive doing energy audits, installing these things. And so we want to work with the Indigenous communities to figure out what's the best way we can do this. When we come to your community and we educate people on this opportunity, what's the best way to bring people there? What's the best way to educate everyone? And how can we work together to make this a beneficial technology and something that's widely accepted in the community? So we're trying to find a variety of different types of communities, Cree communities, Soto, Dene, Métis, We're trying to find different geographical regions, so northern, southern, eastern, western communities, to figure out, if you're a Dene community, it might be different than if you're a Soto community when you do engagement, or there might be some things where you have to consider if it's a southern community versus a northern community. And so really what we're trying to do is prepare Saskatchewan and prepare Canada to undertake a huge project like this, because again, this benefits from the economies of scale. And so when this does happen, if it does happen, it's going to be happening to thousands of homes every single day all across Canada. And it's going to be, as the name implies, energy sprung. It's going to be a leap in the reduction of energy, which is crucial for getting to net zero and meeting our carbon emissions targets. So in terms of how to get involved, contact us if you're a community that would like to get involved. We would love to hear from you. Our results, we're going to be doing a study on the homes and energy audits on 10 of the homes. And we'll give you the results of those, and audits cost anywhere from $500 to $1,000. And so you can get those for free, and we aren't going to be able to do the act on the energy sprung results right away, but with those results, you can identify things in those specific homes that you can do. So it might be HVAC, it might be insulation. If you're a company and you're experienced in energy efficiency, experienced in construction, or prefabricating the prefab homes, please reach out to us. We'd love to work with you and figure out how to actually get you involved in the supply chain for energy sprung. And I think I have maybe a couple minutes for a couple questions, but thank you so much for listening to our presentation, and FNPA is super excited to try to bring you projects that are going to benefit everyone. Thank you. Okay, if there's no questions, thank you all so much, and have a good rest of the forum.
Please, another big round of applause for Joshua. And a round of applause for Guy and leadership around FNPA. You have established a very solid team, Guy, in a short period of time. So big. Again, can't thank the organizing staff. The food was amazing, all of that. So round of applause for FNPA. This is going really well today. We're really excited to continue going on here. We're going to have a networking break coming up, but before you go on your networking break, I have a little joke. Did you guys hear about the rumor about peanut butter and jelly? I'm not about to spread it. Anyways, with that, we have a networking break until 2:30. Tony, play some music to entertain them, please, for about 20 minutes or so. And then please come on back and we'll have another presentation for you. We're going to get started with another presentation. I gave you a solid 27 minutes of networking and you still chit-chatting away. I know some of you by first name and I might just call you out. Now you guys are quiet. You still want to get called out. It's hilarious. All right, so we're going to get started on our presentation. That means you stop looking at the jewelry and the ribbon skirts and you come back to your table. The vendors will be here tomorrow too. Doug, get to your seat, please. I told you I'm gonna call people out. Alana, what are you doing? Get back to your seat. Tamika. Okay. That's enough. I'll call you guys out tomorrow. We have a presentation coming up. It's a community energy leadership presentation. The narrative on this is we're celebrating the pinnacles of community energy leadership. We are here to highlight the outstanding leadership and innovative efforts within our communities that are driving the transition to sustainable energy. Energy leadership within a community is about more than just adopting a new technologies. It's about creating a culture of sustainability, empowering residents, and building partnerships that drive lasting change. The speaker that we have today is Jason Cook-Studer. He's the energy manager and environmental scientist with the Lac La Ronge Indian Band. Please help me in welcoming Jason Cook-Studer.
Hi, everyone, and thanks for being here today. And so I'm Jason Cook-Studer from the Lac La Ronge Indian Band. I'm the community energy manager and also agrologist with the Saskatchewan Institute of Agrology. My background is really a lot of greenhouses and how to heat them and how to keep the heat in a greenhouse. And so my undergrad was really focused on a lot of food production and food security. And I'm trying to translate those skills now as we do our community development plan is wrapped up. And we've finished the work for our community energy plans for our six communities, the Lac La Ronge Indian Band. And now we're really looking at implementing some of these goals and visions that were brought forward by our community members. So it's not, these energy plans aren't designed by my own thinkings, and I can't take credit for doing all the work. It's really, we host information sessions and allow the community members to really speak their mind and talk about the needs of the community. And so our goals and our visions really come from from the communities themselves. And when we think about sustainability, we like to really focus, like our department is really focused on the energy component of sustainability, but we try to bring projects to the table that involve all forms, all 17 sustainable development goals. So whether it's job security, or education, or reduced inequalities, or protecting the land and the water and the life in these ecosystems, we really try to bridge the gaps between all those different projects, all those different visions and goals, and we want to have sustainable food production in our communities that provide jobs for community members, but also, how are we going to heat these greenhouses and what kind of energy is required to produce some of these projects. So as we project into the future, as we develop our communities bigger, there's going to be a need for more energy in the north. And currently in Saskatchewan, a large portion of our power comes from fossil fuels. And as we look to transition away from fossil fuels into cleaner energy, right from the community is a good start. There's lots of inefficiencies in that transfer of energy from the south to the north. And so it's really important to us to start producing our own power for northern Saskatchewan and for our own communities. Yeah, so this energy transition is not only about the environment and about jobs, but also that economic, the benefits that it'll provide to our communities in terms of infrastructure development and bringing us up to terms with the rest of Canada. You know, we would like to have paved roads and you know, water treatment plants and things that a lot of people take for granted, but we just don't have them in some of our communities. So once we enter into this industry of the clean energy transition, we hope to provide jobs for our community members, plus that economic benefits that come from producing our own power and the savings. But what I'm really here to talk to you about is about leadership and energy champions. So when I first started, I was the first person hired on to this sort of department of energy championing, and it was tough. It was difficult being a you know, just one person really trying to advocate for something that's, you know, some people can't see it yet. But then as we slowly started building a team and bringing more people on board, everyone has so many different strengths and skills that I don't have, that I lack. And so I see it in my team that's here today. You've heard Desiree Maurice and Jonah Ratt were up here on the youth panel. And, you know, I think everyone should give them another round of applause. Yeah, they really, they were a little nervous on the way down, but to see them speak, you know, and to see them blossom into beautiful butterflies and they're coming out of their cocoons, I think they're really, you know, the term energy champion, they really summarize it very well. You know, in La Ronge, what we're trying to do is we're trying to build energy champions, and you can't just be one person championing for 6 communities. We're going to need to start with, you know, building that ripple effect. We need one in each community, and then eventually that one will start mentoring more, and you know, they'll have 6 more under them, and then those 6 will have another 6 more. Eventually, we'll have completed this energy transition, but it's not going to happen overnight, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of collaboration and commitment to working together and building these relationships. Myself, I kind of see myself as like a puppet master, you know. We get these ideas and I want to work on them, but I'm already working on something else. So I really got to have some staff that are you know, willing to take that initiative and take that work and run with it and really make it their own for their community. And yeah, it's good to share the work, because yeah, I definitely can't do it on my own. You know, I really look up to FNPA and Indigenous clean energy, the work that we do in La Ronge. When I started, FNPA already existed and Indigenous clean energy already existed, and I kind of, you know, I look to these organizations for support and how I want to train my staff and have them, you know, be a part of this industry and really, you know, put in the effort to grow our communities to be, you know, an example for what clean energy transition can really look like in terms of, you know, starting with energy conservation and education, you know, energy literacy. We want to get out there and teach our community members from the schools to their elders, and then really going into the homes and focusing on energy efficiencies and renovations and reducing the homes, you know, baseload power requirements. If we can cut that down, then not requiring so much power, it makes it easier to transition towards these cleaner fuels, and you know, the costs of batteries aren't as much if you're not using that much power, and so it's really you know, education is really the foundation of a good starting point. But then, yeah, once everyone's educated and we got our team all working towards different projects in sustainability, but in the end, they all kind of work together. And so we have plans for solar and looking at district heating for you know, heating community buildings, but also our homes, and in conjunction with renovations and you know, there's so much going on right now that it's hard to think of what's the most important component of all these projects. But in reality, it's the collaboration, and it's a team effort that really drives it. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah, I wish I had more to say, but I'm really drawing a blank here. Yeah. So we had Aubrey Piwapskonias come up from Indigenous Clean Energy. She come and spent a week with our team, and we got to show her around, you know, our communities, the communities that we work in. She got to experience a bit of each one and see the best that we have to offer. And so I'd like to invite anyone to come up to Northern Saskatchewan and come check it out. If you like to do fishing or swimming or canoeing, you know, that's all there. And I know it's not energy related, but it's good. It's good healing. You know, some people haven't even seen a forest or a lake before, and so if you're one of those people, then I encourage you to get out there and do some reconnecting with the land, because that's where we all come from. Yeah, thank you all very much.
That guy was tall. All right, Jason, good job, good job. Big round of applause for Jason Cook-Studer. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Next on our list, we have an LED case study out of Eskasoni First Nations, our maritime brothers and sisters over there. They're going to talk a little bit about welcome and having a community spotlight presentation where they focus on exciting advancements and initiatives within the green energy sector and shed light to communities that are stepping up with innovative projects and inspiring leadership. So with that, can you help me in welcoming Edward Evans and Billy Stevens?
Okay, thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're very happy to be here today to share the success story of the Eskasoni LED Energy Efficient Energy Conservation Project. As many of you know, Eskasoni is the largest First Nation in the Atlantic region and the largest Mi'kmaq community globally. My name is Ed Evans, and I'm a fifth-generation settler of mixed English ancestry, and I work for Ledvance, a global LED company with our team of experts across Canada. I'd like to begin by giving thanks and acknowledgement. Thanks to Guy Lonechild and the awesome FNPA team. We love working with the FNPA team, and we thank you very much for the invitation to share the Eskasoni First Nation LED success story with all of you today. And we respectfully acknowledge that we're on the Treaty Territory 6 and the homeland of the Métis people, and we offer our gratitude to all of you and all First Peoples for your care and your teachings about our earth and our relations. May we honor those teachings. We understand that we're all treaty people and that we're bound by our ancestors through treaty to steward this land and support First Nations sustainability on this land and all First Nations land for as long as the grass grows, the sun shines, and the river flows. It's now my pleasure to introduce Billy Stevens from the Eskasoni First Nation. Billy's a very experienced licensed electrician, 25 years experience supporting his community. He's a great mentor in his community, and he coordinated and managed all of the LED project installations we'll be reviewing today in cooperation with his manager, Jeffrey Paul, the maintenance and transportation supervisor for the Eskasoni School Board, and Elizabeth Cremo, the director of Eskasoni Schools. Billy, you want to?
Great. Billy Stevens, Eskasoni Levy. Hi, my name is, I'm glad I'm here and I'm representing Eskasoni for this project we did back home with all the LEDs, and I work for the Eskasoni School Board. So this is our, all the schools and arena we did in Eskasoni for this project, and everything seems to be working out good for us. So, and the cost factors and whatever we accomplished, and it has all the information, so I'll let it keep talking away.
And that's pretty much how we roll, that whatever Billy and the team at Eskasoni needs, they basically just tell us what they want, and we do our best to fulfill the requirements. Billy's the doer, he's the expert. You really have to come and meet us, have a chat with him. He's a great technical expert, and I'm just kind of the coordinator manager and happy to review the projects that we've done and the support that we can provide you. Something we're going to be doing in our presentation, as our time is short with you at the podium, but we're here all day today and tomorrow, is we're going to be sharing several pictures worth many thousands of words, and you can see here on the screen, this is the very beautiful atrium of the Eskasoni High School, where Billy and the team, all of that lighting is now high efficiency, new sustainable LED lighting. You can see there very good lighting design, very well distributed illumination, the right color temperature. And on that note, I want to introduce a couple of my colleagues that are here. Jorge Lujan is actually the director of lighting for LEDvance for Western Canada. And Jeff Lauren, certified engineering technologist at the back there, is responsible for all of our work in Manitoba and Saskatchewan. They're two of the most experienced, successful lighting professionals in Western Canada, and they're part of a larger team that we have in each province across the West and right across Canada. All of us entirely committed to our support for the success of First Nations LED projects. And very briefly, just so you know a little bit more about who we are and what we're all about, LEDvance is one of the largest global LED manufacturers with a Canadian team coast to coast. We have a 100-year-plus history, starting, many of you'll know, the Sylvania lighting brand. That's how we started in North America a little over 100 years ago. In the 1990s, Sylvania merged, actually was acquired by the global giant Siemens. We were acquired by their Osram lighting division. So we've been a pretty big orange lighting company for many decades now. Back about 8 years ago, we restructured and rebranded as LEDvance to focus on LED leadership and innovation. And now we also provide sustainability products from EV chargers to solar panels, something we're very excited about that we've already had discussions with several folks about today and yesterday, is a new generation of solar-powered outdoor lighting that's coming that will be very, very important for Canada, but in particular northern communities. We've committed in Canada to encourage our global team to be the best allies we can to First Nations, dedicated to the principles and actions of truth and reconciliation. We believe good light is powerful, and we want to share our knowledge, learn from your knowledge, and share the support for First Nations sustainability, for LED project success, and as the FNPA says, walk the pathway to powerful opportunities together. And here's the results of the great work Billy and the Eskasoni team did, along with our Atlantic team, at the beautiful Eskasoni Arena, home of the Junior Eagles hockey team. Billy's also very involved with the hockey team, and again, you've got to come talk to us. He's got great stories not only about LED and sustainability in the community, but his travels around Atlantic Canada and down in the US for hockey tournaments. So again, please come see Billy. We've got both a display of LED lighting just over yonder there. And also, I don't know if you've noticed, but we're really excited for the first time in Saskatchewan. We've got our beautiful orange LED rolling showroom parked right out front there. So when you come and go, take a little tour. It's a $150,000 installation of LED lighting. It's like entering the board of Star Trek there as far as all the innovative LED lighting goes. And as I say, our orange van just right outside. And before we review the details of the energy-saving benefits, here's several things that we've learned about Eskasoni working with them over the past several years. The LED project is just one of many awesome activities Eskasoni is doing to protect and respect their beautiful environment. The Eskasoni leadership, elders and teachers are great sustainability leaders. Eskasoni's sustainability vision and leadership is reflected in their wonderful Unamaki Institute that promotes stewardship of local waterways, forests, native species, protected areas, and other natural resources. The Eskasoni sustainability achievements are a great story of sustainability leadership that all Canada can learn from, both Indigenous communities, but in particular non-Indigenous communities across Canada. So in brief, here's the highlights of the story of the Eskasoni LED Sustainable Lighting Project. Billy and the team retrofitted and changed out over 2,000 old fluorescent fixtures to 2,000 new sustainable LED panels and strips in classrooms, hallways, and various types of high bay lighting in the school, both schools' gymnasiums and the arena lighting. The new sustainable LED lighting reduced and saved well over 50% of the electricity used for the school and the lighting, the arena lighting, for approximate savings of $80,000 annually for both electricity savings and maintenance savings. And as Joshua said in his presentation, these savings compound year over year. We warranty all of those products for 5 years. I understand we're about a year in, and how are we doing, Bill? I don't think anything has failed yet. Good, okay, that's good. No failures yet. Everything's warranted for 5 years. So that means if anything goes south within those 5 years, we're obliged to replace it. But the rated life of that material is well over 10 years. Schools operate generally not much more than 3,500 hours a year. So that means over the 10-year period of time, from basically about a $60,000, $70,000 net investment, the Eskasoni First Nation community will save upwards to $1 million in electricity and maintenance costs. Also, what always occurs when we do these LED projects is much, much better light quality. The color temperature of the lighting, the lumen levels, LED lighting has now improved exponentially over the past 5 to 10 years, and any good LED company will be able to provide excellent quality light. Also, very importantly, LED lighting, of course, lasts far longer, much, much longer lifetime than the traditional lighting that it's replacing. And again, all of the fixtures that we used in the Eskasoni project, we have both over at our display and in the van outside. We've also brought 100 hard copies of the Eskasoni case study that we published in cooperation with the Eskasoni First Nation with their permission. And actually, as I say, we love working with Guy and the team. We had meetings in Regina a little bit ago to talk about this. And I love the fact that Guy always has great ideas and wonderful challenges for the folks he works with. He asked if we could do another 10 case studies over the next year or so, and we have permission to do that. We're happy to cover all of the costs, all of the engineering, all the photo documentation. We would prefer very much all the photography done by community Indigenous photographers, as we like to do. Already you heard Harry talk about the wonderful Ontario First Nations retrofit program. We're very honored the fact that because of the support of the FNPA and Harry's good work, we've become the primary LED supplier to that program. As Harry mentioned, we're already engaged with many First Nations. There's several really exciting projects from Wikwemikong to Serpent River all around the province where we're already well into the process and we're already committed to providing case studies for those. But we absolutely want to provide at least another 10 for First Nation power authorities across the West. So we'd absolutely be delighted with the great work that Joshua's doing and our team's doing. Please, if you're interested in working on a project, publishing a case study, just talk to Guy, Joshua, the team, or ourselves, and we'll be happy to document the project, photo document it, engineering studies. These are wonderful tools for energy literacy and energy efficiency learning within the community, but they're also wonderful documents to recognize and celebrate the sustainability achievement of the First Nation and the wider community. So the Eskasoni project was very well planned and very straightforward. We've heard about a lot of really exciting technologies today, and we will tomorrow. I know that the FNPA team working with a lot of really incredible stuff. The great thing about LED is it's not rocket science. It's quite straightforward. When you have a good team supporting you, these projects are really very straightforward. They're something that can be very well pre-planned. With proper planning, headaches and glitches can be pretty much eliminated. Certainly together with Billy and the Eskasoni team, this was a real textbook project that Bill and the team, excellent execution, right from delivery through installation of every phase of the schools in the hockey arena. Our advanced team provides all the specification information, all the technical information about every single light fixture that goes into the First Nation facility. And there's a lot of great news about this process. Again, LED costs have come down dramatically. Just like any other digital electronic, whether it's a laptop or an iPhone, over the past 5 to 10 years. Again, we can show you case by case the beautiful high bays that are in the Eskasoni Arena and gymnasium. 4 or 5 years ago, those would have been $400 or $500 high bays. They're now $150 or less. And the other wonderful thing is that in most provinces, there's excellent utility rebate incentives that can produce, more often than not, we're achieving paybacks in the 12-month to 1.5-year payback range. And again, we provide all reports, we provide all site assessments. In Ontario, we work with a terrific team, Harry's team at the ISO, along with Summerhill and Good Energy. But any project for a First Nation that we do across Canada, all the site assessment work we do, all the engineering work we do it all at no cost, and that would be particularly the case with any FNPA member. We have that opportunity to do that because we're the manufacturer. We've got a great, very highly skilled team, so that it's part of the process that we do, that all of that work we do at no cost, and we simply hope that we're fortunate enough to become the LED supplier and supporter for the First Nation. Something that's come out of the Eskasoni project, and another commitment we've made to the FNPA, is that now part of the First Nation LED project process that we build energy literacy and energy efficiency training into every project. This was a slide from a presentation we provided for the Eskasoni school director, the high school teacher, all of the teachers at Eskasoni. And one of the funnest parts of this project was back last October as we were completing the school. We had the opportunity to visit and say thank you, provide and review the case study, and we got to spend the afternoon with all of the grade 9 students in the gymnasium. And again, this was part of the presentation. Again, the great thing about LED is it's really straightforward. It's very visual. When you replace a 60-watt light bulb, you replace it with a 13-watt light bulb. Nice and straightforward. A project, larger project. It's the same sort of thing. So it's a wonderful tool. You can show a classroom of students or community leaders, facility people. The light level's the same, but it's easy to demonstrate how the energy efficiency and the energy conservation, there's, a 60, 70% saving when you go from the old traditional lighting technology to the new energy efficiency technology. So this is part of the energy literacy training that we do. Again, as part of the Eskasoni process and being a new member of the FNPA, something actually that Guy's not aware of yet that we're very happy. Actually, we talked about it a little bit in Regina, but something we're really excited to announce is our partner in this project, Rexel Atlantic, has taken this initial training that we've done and expanded it into a full-blown training for lighting audits and lighting assessments that we've put together specifically for First Nations projects. So this is a very high-value training. We can train a facility manager, an energy manager, anyone in the community with interest. We can train them how to do the lighting assessment, the lighting audit. We work hand in hand with them, but we can do this both as a live training, and we're looking forward to organizing with the FNPA a series of virtual trainings. And we're thinking this will be really powerful and really useful for remote communities, particularly smaller remote communities, where we don't want to spend, don't want to put a lot of overhead into the project with too much travel back and forth. We're more than happy to do site visits, but the way we can do it now through Teams or Zoom is we can work and partner with the First Nation, share our skills, share our knowledge. As I say, that we're not rocket science. We're fortunate with our technology. It's not particularly difficult, and we're delighted to pass that knowledge along to the First Nation. An additional exciting part of the training about LED and sustainability is that LED is sustainable for many more reasons beyond the energy efficiency. LEDs, for example, contain no hazardous materials. It's an electronic product, it's semiconductors and microchips, versus the old traditional fluorescent lighting that it's replacing. Fluorescent lighting, based on its technology, how it's manufactured, and for its operation, it has to contain trace elements of mercury, which of course, terrible toxic substance. But because of this sustainable LED process, we can make sure that all of the old fluorescent tubes are very, very carefully removed from site. They're transported safely. We undertake this responsibility. They go to a proper, specific fluorescent lighting recycling facility. All of the mercury is captured, and it's available then for the market as recycled mercury. But we ensure that when we do this projects, that not 1 picogram of mercury is released from any of those old fluorescent tubes into the environment at the First Nation. And then multiple other sustainability benefits because of the fact that LED lighting lasts much, much longer than the old traditional lighting. It means much less old burned out lighting going into landfill. LEDs emit less power, they emit less heat. And something very, very important that we can now add to this story that we're just in the process of doing, something really important and really exciting, and I think particularly for First Nations and northern communities. As you know, with large urban centers and municipalities, one of the worst issues with lighting is light pollution. And there's a great movement now for dark sky compliance. And of course, this is particularly important in First Nations. Necessity to be able to observe and enjoy the night sky, make sure that there's no detrimental effects from light pollution for bird or animal migration and activities. And the new outdoor LED lighting, when it's dark sky friendly or dark sky compliant, there's no longer any light spill. And again, we can get into the technology of it, but just very briefly, LED are light-emitting diodes, that each and every light-emitting diode has a lens. The fixture has lenses and screens, so that when the outdoor lighting is installed, nothing goes above 180 degrees. So all of the LED light is directional. The outdoor lighting is only shone where it's needed, so no light spill or light pollution into the night sky. So with the Eskasoni sustainability track record in 2021, the leadership decided to update the old fluorescent system. And again, what we've done in the case study, and please come get a copy of the case study, we can provide it to you digitally, but there was multiple reasons. The case study does an excellent job of documenting the decision-making process, that the decision based on the economic benefits, again, the maintenance savings very significant, and my old eyes can barely read that quote at the beginning, but at the same time, there was a very serious issue with lamps in a few of the classrooms flickering and causing some students to experience seizures and serious health problems. And of course, this should never be happening with a lighting system, but with an older lighting system, this can occur, and with a new LED system, this was entirely eliminated. It's one of the best parts of the story. Again, this was a very, very collaborative process. We met with Eskasoni a series of times. We found out exactly what they needed to know in order to make their decision. We put together a proposal that was entirely collaborative, and Jeffrey Paul, the maintenance manager at Eskasoni, we presented the proposal to him and his team, and he made this observation that based on that information and his knowledge now about current LED product rebates, it made it more attractive to pursue an LED upgrade than it had been a few years earlier, and they were motivated to go to the school board with a proposal. We explained to them that it'd be financially beneficial for us to undertake the upgrade now, and they agreed. Again, won't go into all the details, but one of the great pleasures of this process was working closely with Elizabeth Cremo, the Director of Education at Eskasoni. I think she summed up the project and the motivation best. And this was one of the concluding quotes in the case study, that we're very proud of where we live, and we want to do the best we can for the land that we live on and leave to our kids. As a result, we're very focused on our carbon footprint and always try to make the best choices from an environmental perspective. The fact that LEDs consume less energy, are mercury-free and very long-lasting, which reduces waste in landfills, made this upgrade a no-brainer. And then again, to wrap up, Mr. Paul said, in addition to the significant energy and maintenance savings they deliver, the LEDs are very high quality, really brightened up our schools and arena. Faculty and students have been amazed at the difference, the brightness compared to the old lighting, and it's enhanced their ability to learn. We no longer have students complaining of headaches from flickering lamps, and the new lighting promotes the well-being. So finish up with just a few more pictures of the beautiful Eskasoni School. You can see there an extremely well-maintained classroom, all sorts of wonderful, beautiful activity that the students have installed in their environment, and you can now see, those very, very simple LED panels. And again, all of this new LED product now is designed so it's very, very simple plug and play. We've got examples of the LED panels. They just drop right into the footprint of the old fluorescent fixtures. Very straightforward process, and the results are quite remarkable. Bill and I were talking about the presentation the other day, and one of our favorite pictures is this absolutely gorgeous school gymnasium at the Eskasoni High School. Elizabeth was telling us, they had issues previously with the old lighting, that it was causing issues, that it was even causing issues with the photography at the school Christmas concert. And now you can see very straightforward, one-for-one replacement of these powerful, sustainable LED lights. It just shines and sparkles. So there you go, one more. And so there we have it. Again, we want to very much thank the Eskasoni First Nation for being great leaders in sustainability and protecting the natural environment. Our team at Ledvance and our partners at Rexel thank Eskasoni for their vision. We're extremely proud to have worked with Eskasoni and continue to work with them. We're doing all sorts of exciting projects upcoming, sports fields, parking lots. We're now getting to work with Bill and the team on the exterior lighting, and we're absolutely thrilled to be able to deliver this product, the benefits, and provide the benefits of good quality light, sustainability, reliability, and long life. And we're committed to each and every First Nation to provide any support that you require for the success of your LED lighting project and your community sustainability goals. So we'd like to thank you all very much. We'd love to engage further, talk and listen further today and tomorrow and going forward.
Please, another big round of applause for Billy and Edward. They said close to $1 million in savings when they did those retrofitting. That's really excellent. And they reminded me that I got to change my LEDs when I go home tomorrow. Anyway, moving right along here, we have another panel for you guys. It's exciting. We're going to talk a little bit about empowering futures, pathways to capacity building, and career advancement. We're going to talk about how we engage with the distinguished professors from across Canada as they outline pathways for Indigenous individuals to carve significant careers in energy, discover the blueprint for industry, to nurture Indigenous talent and opportunities awaiting community members. I'm going to introduce the moderator and the speakers, and then please wait for applause, and then they'll introduce themselves. So the moderator we have is Dr. Elena Gilmat. She's an Energy Security Curriculum Development Coordinator and PhD at the University of Saskatchewan. Joshua Thomas, Jason Cook-Struder, Alexandra Thompson, and Jordan Bernhoff. Help me in welcoming them as they come up for the panel. Sorry, Dr. David Novak as well. Big round of applause for Dr. David Novak. Please don't get mad at me after.
Good afternoon. We get the pleasure of closing up today. What an amazing conference so far. It's just been wonderful learning from all of you. My name is Elena Gilmat, and I am at the University of Saskatchewan, along with all of these wonderful people, and they will let them introduce themselves right away, but just to get an understanding of our panel. So our panel, Empowering Futures, Pathways to Capacity Building and Career Advancement, brings together a distinguished group of experts from various sectors to share insights, strategies, and real-world experiences that illuminate the pathways to building robust capacities and advancing careers effectively. In today's rapidly evolving professional landscape, the significance of capacity building and career advancement has never been more pronounced. The pursuit of professional growth is a dynamic journey that demands continuous learning, strategic planning, and the cultivation of diverse skills. This panel seeks to explore the intersection of traditional knowledge, modern career pathways, and the unique challenges faced by Indigenous individuals in the professional world. By bringing together Indigenous leaders, educators, and professionals, this discussion aims to highlight strategies for fostering inclusive opportunities and empowering Indigenous voices in various career fields. I now would like to introduce the panel. We'll start with you. Do you want to grab the mic?
Hello. Hi, everyone. For anyone who wasn't here just a few minutes ago, my name is Jason Cook-Struder, and I'm the Community Energy Manager of the Lac La Ronge Indian Band. And that's me.
Tanse. Winanto. There we go. Somebody knows what I'm saying. So my name is Jordan Bernhoff. I'm from the community of Saugatuck, otherwise known as Isle Cross in northern Saskatchewan. I'm in the Masters of Energy Security program, and I work as the Sustainable Energy and Sovereignty Specialist with the Métis Nation Saskatchewan. I'm also a member of the Indigenous Clean Energy Board and a member of the Indigenous Council that advises a few federal departments on funding off-diesel initiatives within Canada. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone again. My name is Joshua Thomas. I'm from the Kiniston Saulteaux Nation. I have a background in chemical engineering, and I'm also a student in the Masters of Energy Security program and the Business Development Manager at the FNPA.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dave Novog. I'm from McMaster University, which is in Hamilton, about an hour outside of Toronto. I'm a professor of engineering physics, but in nuclear engineering. And I'm also, more importantly, the director of our Institute for Energy Studies. And I think today, as we look, there's energy issues across the countries, but they're most acute in First Nations and remote communities. And that's why my university, and myself in particular, are highly engaged in trying to work together to find solutions.
Ambawashde, my name is Alexandra Thompson. I am from Carry the Kettle First Nation in Treaty 4 territory. I'm also the director of our youth programming at Indigenous Clean Energy. And similar to Joshua, I also have a background in chemical engineering.
What a group, hey? All right, let's give them a round of applause. Our first question: how can Indigenous knowledge and practices be integrated into contemporary professional fields effectively? Joshua, would you like to speak on this?
Yeah, for sure. So yes, I grew up not entirely in my community growing up of Kinniston. I grew up in a small town, and so I kind of lived, most of my life, I thought, in two different worlds. I was an Indigenous person, and then I went to school, and then I was an engineer, and kind of going back and forth. And I've learned through the Master of Energy Security program how to effectively bridge that, how to effectively bridge Indigenous knowledge and Western science, contemporary knowledge. And the thing you need to do is have an open mind, really respect both of them as just different ways of thinking. Not one is more important than the other, or not one is proven and the other one isn't. It's respecting and seeing both of those as equal. But then also, if you're a company or you're an organization, the best way is to have somebody who is able to understand those two ways of thinking as well. And so if you're trying to incorporate more Indigenous knowledge into your workplace, hire Indigenous people. If you want to do a project, you want to hear, you want to hear firsthand, straight from the elders in the communities. So going to the communities and not just doing it just to, have a tick off of a paper or just to say that you did it, but then to respect their knowledge and respect their viewpoints and understand that their viewpoints, their knowledge is just as valid as your own viewpoints and knowledge. And really everything is a bridge between somebody else's knowledge and contemporary science. Like this building is a beautiful building, but it's not the most energy efficient building you could ever build. That would be a very boring building. And nobody would really want to be in that. Nobody wants to be in a dull, lifeless building with no windows and no accents. So, yeah. But, so, viewing it as just as important, just as valid, respecting it, but getting firsthand information from either meeting with elders in the community or, even better yet, bringing them on your team.
Does anybody else have anything they'd like to say about that? I know when we did our curriculum design, we used what was called a two-eyed approach, and that's very similar to what Joshua is talking about. And when we looked at everything, we looked through it through both lenses. We looked through it through the Western lens as well as an Indigenous lens. And that is really important. We also have Indigenous instructors in our program. We have stories from Indigenous elders that we have collected. So making sure that when you are implementing a two-eyed approach, you're taking all of the necessary steps to build positive relationships, that mutual trust and respect. All right, Alexandria is going to comment on understanding capacity building. How do you define capacity building in the context of individual careers and organizational development?
Yeah, I can speak to this a little bit. I was also invited on this panel last minute, so forgive me if I kind of stumble through things here. But I mean, at ICE, we're a national capacity building organization for First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities across what is known as Turtle Island, Canada. So our flagship capacity building program is called the 2020 Catalyst Program, and essentially what that does is it brings together Indigenous energy champions from across the country who are interested in pursuing energy projects, either utility or community scale, together to go through a very intensive training at on-sites. These are two to 3 week long on-site trainings where we bring together experts, the energy leads, to really dive into the project development process from concept all the way to completion, beginning with community engagement as being critical and essential to moving things ahead. So I would say that the in-person collaboration is really important, bringing in experts and doing that knowledge sharing across communities as well to understand the lessons learned and various values and challenges and successes. We do project tours, so we'll bring the groups to tour different sites with large-scale wind development, solar, biomass, heating, all of these things where the community really walks us through the process that they went through, so everybody's learning, as well as mentorship. Mentorship is a really big component to the success of our programs at ICE for capacity building. ICE has grown quite rapidly, and all of this was kind of stemmed from this flagship program and the success of it. So now we have our Bringing It Home Project Accelerator program, where we offer 2-week intensive on-sites that focus in on energy efficiency and retrofits, and participants also have access to startup funds to develop their energy plans. We also support champions in the Indigenous off-diesel initiative to advance their projects, whether that's solar or whatever the community sees fit, to getting off-diesel in northern and remote communities. And then we also have grown our youth programming, which is obviously I'm the director of. And so part of that is building the capacity amongst young people ages 18 to 30. One of the programs is called Imagination. This was a partnership with an Indigenous youth council called 7Gen, who is made up of a phenomenal Indigenous young people really interested in participating in energy. Jordan Burnoff was also part of that as well. And that promotes Indigenous youth leadership in energy, so really equipping them with the skills, with project funding, with mentors to launch their own clean energy projects according to what they feel is needed in the community. So it's quite grassroots oriented as well, and can include community energy planning and the costs associated with that. And then our other youth program is our internship. Sorry, I don't mean to plug everything, but I mean, this is how the ecosystem has kind of been growing, right? So lastly, our internship program for Indigenous youth, where essentially we match Indigenous young people with employers across the clean energy landscape for a 4 to 12-month internship placement. We offer the 75% wage subsidy up to $30,000, but we are finding that Indigenous communities are mostly taking advantage of this opportunity and using it to create energy positions in their communities to advance their priorities, which I think is very much needed. So I hope that answers some of that question.
That was excellent. Thank you. You gave us some essential components of effective capacity building. So thank you very much. All right, the next area we're going to focus on is skill development. Jason, what skills do you consider most crucial for future career success?
Really important skills is communication. That's one of the best skills. If you can communicate with your employer and with your community, and I think that's one of the best skills that we're really trying to develop in a lot of our team members. So not only being able to listen effectively and understand what some of the information that we're starting to overload our brains with, it can really be a lot, but starting to categorize all these teachings and find a way to effectively communicate them back to our community members is a really important skill to have, especially for our energy champions that we're developing. We want to also bring this knowledge into the schools and start teaching kids at young ages and get them really focused on the skills of sustainability thinking, understanding all 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and start really identifying the needs of their schools and their homes and their elders' homes and their community members, and finding where there's lacking infrastructure and how can we start to think around developing some sort of programming to bring that forward, a project that can really benefit the community. So yeah, sustainable thinking, it's really a way of taking a linear path and turning it into a circular path. So instead of producing something and then using it and then throwing it away, now we're able to produce something and use it again and use it again, and then the waste product that comes out of that at the end is still useful to us, that we can reuse it again. So that's really finding ways to eliminate waste and make use of that waste in a better manner. So the sustainable thinking and communication skills, I think those are some of the first things that I really try to instill in our champions as we elevate them to become successful in their career in this energy transition. Not only that, but looking at what skills that they have, taking an inventory of the pre-existing strengths of our staff is really important, because you don't want to focus on their weaknesses and really push them to get those up. That's really not very positive environment to be in, because every day you feel like, I got to get better at my weakest component. Like, it's good to lift that up, but I really try to find the strengths in people and help them to see their own vision and pathway. Like when somebody joins our team, I don't have an end goal for them. Their goals are really dependent on their own vision for the future for themselves. And so if they can see themselves becoming an electrician or a plumber or a carpenter in the end, it's very different than what I have envisioned for them, because I really just think about their success and where they can go, the potential, and there's no limitations to where anyone can take themselves. You could start off as an energy auditor, and in the end your path could become your renovation technician, and then you go on to become an engineer. I don't put limits on any of our team members, and same with the students. When we go to the schools, we're not pushing one specific career, but we're talking about the energy transition, and we're talking about opportunities that are out there for these youth to start thinking. They can really get into any sort of industry, and yeah, great skills to have.
And remembering when you are communicating is to make sure that you're remembering who the community is that you're working with. Communities will communicate very differently. Some will respond to social media, some will respond to emails, some will respond to phone calls. And remembering those community visits, that in-person connection is one of the best ways that we can communicate with communities. So remembering that there's different ways, oral, written, different ways of communicating with our communities. All right, I'm going to move on to Dave. I'm going to ask Dave a question now. Dave, how can technology be leveraged to enhance capacity building and career advancement?
Yeah, it's a great topic, and the youth focus group that was here this morning also talked about technology and gaming and different ways to incorporate technology. But I'll just maybe give a little bit of a story. I was at a local virtual reality company, and I sort of imagined it like you see on TV. But I put on a headset, and so did the people with me, And, you know, we were walking through an energy facility, and we were on a bridge going over top of a very deep kind of channel. And the guide said, you can go ahead and walk off the bridge in this virtual reality. And none of us could get enough, even though you're on a perfectly flat floor and real, in your virtual goggles, your mind is so, it believes that you're in that environment so much that you can't override that visual part in your brain. So when we have training available that's that powerful to your brain, I think we should be using it, right? Because then a lot of the things that we can't deliver all the time in person can be better than just a Zoom call. I mean, I think everybody in the room is tired of Zoom and tired of Teams. So I think we have to move to the next step beyond that, where we make the experience a lot more lifelike and a lot more interactive. Because we find mostly that our students are disengaging. When we try to teach on Zoom every week, students, their engagement level's really low. So it gets back to personal contact, the face-to-face meetings, developing new strategies to make it more interactive and foster more human connection. Because we did a lot of post-COVID surveys, and probably the least favorite thing that students had was feedback on online learning and virtual learning. So unless we do it in a better and more effective way, then we still got to maintain the personal contact.
Awesome. Do you, building on that, what role do online learning platforms play in skills development, and how can individuals maximize their benefits?
I think we're in the early days of those kind of virtual reality, augmented reality, AI, and how we can use them in training. You know, I'm also afraid of AI. I think somebody this morning said they were afraid of AI. I'm also afraid of AI. But in a training context, to improve the way we deliver training, to improve access to information, it can be, you know, a powerful tool. But when we look at what's available today in, for example, the software sector or the video game sector, and you look at the kind of training we deliver in the energy sector, it's like we're 20 or 30 years behind sort of state-of-the-art, you know, digital communication. For us, Zoom was a big step, but it's not really that advanced. So I think we're at the beginning, and I think there's lots of potential for collaboration. You know, one of the aspects of a project we're looking at with FNPA is to build out a platform with input from First Nations on what they would like to see within that virtual reality or within that training platform. Because I think, you know, right now is our chance to really influence how things are developed, because we're just taking our first steps. But I'm sure if we look forward 10 or 20 years, it'll look a lot different than where we are today.
Could you just tell us a little bit about the experience that you have for students in the nuclear at your university?
Yeah, actually, I'll give a great example. This summer, we're hosting our first, you know, Indigenous focused training session at McMaster. Our university has a gas turbine, it has solar cells, we have a nuclear reactor, we have almost all of the range of energy options that a community might be looking at. And so our goal this summer was it's more of a pilot project, it's a small group of students, but to bring in local First Nations from Southern Ontario students to McMaster to see and get their hands on real energy equipment. And then we're hoping that we can gain funding federally or provincially to start delivering on a much larger scale, because it's kind of a unique place. You don't have to travel to 5 different energy, you know, hubs. You can come to one place and observe and work in a lab environment on all the technologies that might be of interest to communities.
Excellent. Doesn't that sound interesting? All right, Jordan, I'd like to ask you the next question. How can individuals adopt a mindset of lifelong learning, and what resources are available to support this?
Okay, I was expecting a different question right now, but I'm going to flip my brain around a little bit. So I just wanted to go back to what Josh was talking about a little bit at the beginning. So outside of all of those more formal professional titles that I gave you, and when I'm not wearing these little fancy shoes, I have rubber boots on and I'm out in the bush and I'm harvesting wild rice, or, you know, doing the next crazy thing my dad has me up to or our family is up to. whether it's hunting or fishing or whatnot, or spending time with some of our elders. And I think when we talk about like lifelong learning, I think there's like a huge component and a huge demographic of people that we're missing, a huge demographic of experts and professionals in the energy and environmental sector that are, a lot of them are not sitting in this room right now. And the lifelong learners that I think of and that I try to learn from, spend the most time with, and try to dream and vision what this global energy transition can look like through the eyes of are our survivors, are our elders, and our young people, right? So those folks, like Josh talked a little bit about, you know, traditional knowledge and the braiding of those different knowledge systems, right? Or the two-eyed seeing approach. And you know, when you talk to those old people, and I say old people because that's a lot of them prefer to be called, I think, you know, when it comes to the credentials, the merit behind the value of a person's knowledge, we often look to institutions, we often look to, you know, the academic credentials that qualify us to be able to tell, you know, the developers, to be able to tell industry, to be able to tell government what is right and what the best pathway forward is. And we're missing this whole library, this whole like world of knowledge that comes from the very thing that we're trying to protect and honor. You know, and we're all missing out on some really incredible knowledge. And you know, there was an instance that came up recently, and I won't name names or anything, but I was a little bit troubled. You know, the intellectual property that came from my community and from my family was taken advantage of in a way to support the innovation and advancement of technologies. And you know, that's where the tension, I'll say, happens between science and academic institutions and land-based people, or between a lot of Indigenous folks that, you know, you heard Andre Baer talk about sacred ceremonies and teachings. And when we don't have that, our world will cease to exist, right? And so if we're not bringing along folks that have that depth and breadth of knowledge, like, we're not going to be able to effectively solve the issues that are in front of us, right? We can't innovate our way out of a global energy crisis. And I think, you know, there was a presentation that was put up earlier, and one of the key stakeholders that is always left out, there's never a seat at the table, and that's for the environment. That's for our keystone species, our buffalo, our caribou. You know, those are the ones that dictate and tell us what is actually happening on this earth, right? And so when it comes to qualifiers and the trajectory of our actual existence as human beings, like, we're not listening effectively. And I think lifelong learning, I challenge you to put your ears to the ground, put your feet on the ground. Like, take some knowledge. Like, natural law does not come from humankind. Natural law comes from Creator, and it comes from the land. And I think incorporating that in like a true way, you know, when we include youth, they have this innocent, this pure way of seeing the world. And, you know, they say Creator speaks to people that, like children, like little children are drawn to people that have pure spirits, that can see and think in that way. I'm getting very long-winded here, but lifelong learning is tied to land. It's tied to our inherent connection to natural law. And I think we need to find ways to incorporate that in. That might sound so far removed from, you know, the day-to-day, but I think that's a part of the hard work, right? As like settler state that is working within Indigenous communities, that's a part of the hard work that you have to figure out, right? And there's a lot of like action plans. There's a lot of like calls to action, calls to justice. There's a lot of things in place. So we're running out of excuses to not move in that way a little bit better. So thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So we've got about 2 more questions, and then we're going to open it up to the crowd if you would like to ask any questions to these wonderfully smart people. All right, so I'm going to open it up. So it's first come, first serve panel. All right, what are some common barriers to career advancement for underrepresented groups, and how can they overcome this? Who would like to respond?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about this. Yeah, we see a lot of in the news. I don't know if you guys use Twitter. Don't open Twitter. But if you unfortunately do, you'll see a lot of negative things about DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I think it's really unfortunate because it kind of overshadows like what that's really about. And it's about understanding that people have a different path in life and they have a different view on things. And one thing that's really was prevalent, I mean, it is still prevalent, is that you're going to view people smarter and they work harder and they're better people if they're more similar to you. And so for a long time, you know, marginalized groups weren't able to even be in these positions. And so for a long time, it was one type of person, really. And so when they view other people and they're doing hiring, they're going to subconsciously think, oh, well, you know, they also played football. Oh, they also had a parent from this certain city. Oh, they also had a very similar upbringing to me. So that must mean they're a good thing. That must mean it's really good. And so, you know, if somebody comes in and they're talking in an interview and they're saying, oh, well, I didn't play football, we didn't have it in my community, but I learned how to pick medicine, or I learned my traditional practices, or I, undertook certain ceremonies or participated in ceremonies. Someone who is so far removed and isn't connected to that isn't going to view that the same merit as something that they're familiar with. And so I think that's a really difficult part for marginalized groups because they're now allowed to be in those positions, but their way of life and their upbringing doesn't always seem like it's as impactful or like they worked as hard or they're as good as the person that they're trying to be hired from. And so I think trying to open up your mind, open up your views, and understanding that this person had a very different upbringing, and a lot of times they didn't even have the same opportunities as me. And something that I've never even heard of is just as important, just as impactful, and just as character building as something that I'm familiar with.
Thanks, Josh. I'd just like to add something to that, to what Josh was saying. Before going to school and getting my education in environmental science and agrology, I took whatever jobs were available in my communities, and one of them was working for Statistics Canada, and I was the crew leader for the census many years ago. And so I had to create my own team, and we had to go door to door and collect this information. And when we were doing that, we really got a good understanding of what it was like in these communities, in terms of how many people are in the homes and what kind of education is available to community members and what kind of jobs are available to community members. And what I was seeing was in our communities, there's a lack of training. There is a lack of opportunities. A lot of our community members in the summer, they're either harvesting rice or harvesting fish or, putting out forest fires. But when you have a resume that showcases your experience, and when you do get education and you want to get into the environmental science field, if you have no experience in that field, it's really hard to get hired in the first place. If you look back on my resume, I've had multiple jobs in all different industries. I was an apprentice electrician. I was an apprentice power linesman before I got my education as an agrologist. And so it really didn't help me with getting a job because I had learned other skills that have helped me in other areas of my life, but it was not helpful as an environmental scientist. But now, as an community energy manager, having electrician skills and having power linesman skills, I think that I do understand energy a little bit more than if I was solely focused on environmental science. So there is benefits to working in multiple fields, but there is also drawbacks to it, especially when we go to communities that have a lack of opportunities and a lack of training.
Okay, so I'm going to get deep on you again. So here's a stat that I think if people are not aware of, you need to be aware of it and you need to act on it. But in this province, 96% of youth or girls that are incarcerated are Indigenous. 96% of girls that are incarcerated are Indigenous. That is insane. 94% for boys. So I think when it comes to career advancement, I think we need to go back a little bit further, and we need to go and look at community development and what we're doing at the ground level, foundationally, to support young people, right? There is some very real systemic issues that we as a society need to start addressing, and the reason that I got involved in energy work was because, there's a whole plethora of socioeconomic issues that are affecting my community. And I'm like, what's the root? Let's follow the money. Let's see where this goes to. I come from Isle Cross. Our original economy within this country was the fur trade. Isle Cross is south of a continental divide. So we were this, one of the oldest communities in the West, AKA one of the first to be colonized, and one of the oldest residential schools exists in my community. The loss of identity, culture, a lot of people still have their language up north, thankfully, but that all attributes to us not being able to effectively participate within different sectors. And I'm going to out myself. I put up on the board systemic racism as one of the key contributors, because that's where it lies, right? And a new bill is in the process of being passed at a federal level, which addresses environmental racism. So we were a part of the original economy, which was the fur trade. And now, fast forward 250 years later, we are a part of one of the largest global economies that is pushing this whole world forward in terms of energy innovation, and that is uranium mining and critical mineral mining. And mining, right? The root of that is extraction. And we're always pulling from our communities and these marginalized communities. So if that's the reality that these young people are coming into, where a little Indigenous girl can expect that there's a much higher chance for her than any other person of any other race in this province to end up incarcerated, we have a real issue here that is outside of kind of what we're talking about. And I think that's how we start to change what's happening in this grand community, right? When we lift people up, we lift everybody up, right? We've existed in a little microcosm of success belonging to a small group of people, and I think we're past that stage now where we can sit back on that. So I think, in terms of supporting communities, I don't have a tangible, a real action for you right now, but I think the ways that we include communities really, really, really needs to change. And Josh talked about DEI, right? And equity is the number one thing. We need to bring communities along. And, I mentioned Isle Cross as being one of the oldest communities, the original economy and the future economy, but we're still seeing those real issues within community. There is such a disparity in actual impact, and the energy sector has the opportunity to do that, to really make that difference in this province. So I think we need to start looking at policymakers and lawmakers and say, you know, we need to get on board, and we need to help young Indigenous people like really, really move along with that. And, you know, we need capacity to build capacity.
Awesome. Thank you, Jordan. That was great. Okay, I can't believe I'm running out of time. I want to learn so much more. But we do have to open it up to the floor if anybody does want to have some questions. Otherwise, I will ask them one more question. But we would like to give opportunity if you would like to ask anybody anything.
I think, Elena, I could just build on what Jordan said. Was so great. Especially like the piece that was like creating successes, right? Like, because once there's some successes, it gets easier to get your next success and your next success. So, like I was going to flip it a little bit and say what shouldn't be a barrier, and what shouldn't be a barrier is you know, things like distance. Like, we can overcome distance just with travel. People can come to communities can go to facilities, and we can create some small successes. I agree we also need to change policy and government, and things need to change, but I think just to move the bar, one of the things our university is trying to do is just create success after success, larger classes, next year larger number of groups next year, because I think sometimes I find, I'm just interjecting my own personal experiences, I keep waiting and campaigning for change in our university and in our province, and it's kind of slow. And so we're really trying to create an environment where we can build successes and keep doing it over and over again. And it may be, I think, probably where we've been the weakest, and it came from the panel this morning, is going to the communities to do it, and not just being some kind of hub in a wheel. You have to be all parts of the wheel. So I thought your speech was great.
Another way that you can help break down those barriers that we found is to seek funding. One thing that we do at the University of Saskatchewan is we apply every year to Suncor Energy, and they fund enough for Indigenous students to get a master's in sustainability in energy security for free. There are corporations and businesses out there that are willing to invest in education. And I think we need to keep those opportunities open, because financial barriers are huge for our students. And if we can eliminate that barrier, we're just going to open up so many more opportunities for our students as well. Anybody else have any closing remarks? There's a question. I can't see with the podium.
Sorry, I know this is my second question. I apologize for liking the sound of my own voice. But I really appreciate you guys have talked down your experiences, but the theme of a lot of things, especially from and I do have a point, even from the first panel, was a disappearance or a lack of knowledge for accessing services. I'll have a question, but I just want to fill in a gap there. For an individual Indigenous person in this province, it's not that the funding isn't there. It is. And tomorrow at my talk, I promise I'll explain it. That's a hook. It's a lack of knowledge as far as like the support that's there. And like you have mentioned, like you're howling at the moon at these institutions to reach out, to get there, to get those services going. So my question to you, given the room, because there are policymakers here, there are program makers here, in an ideal world, and I know it's an imaginary question, what would you prefer to see in the wording of those contracts? What would you prefer to see in those offerings of those partners to answer that question or to help break down that barrier that you all have individually faced?
So can you, what contracts are you?
Like you said, and I was very much moved, you said the land. It starts with the land. And when we talk about like uranium mining, extracting from the land, and it's not going back to the people, it's not going back to the ownership.
Oh, yes, okay.
Yeah, I do listen. Don't let the beard fool you. And so, like, as a physician, we'll ask this magic question when there's conflict. We'll say, close your eyes, take a deep breath. If tomorrow, bam, you got exactly what you wanted for policy, for those approaching accommodation, for those approaching those kinds of businesses today, what would you like to see either in writing, in word, or in spirit that would get you there?
I think the one thing that first comes to mind is we treat energy as a commodity. Energy is not a commodity. Energy is a part of the natural world. And I think if we can appreciate that it comes from a source and that source is finite, we might start to change the way that we interact with that. And then furthermore, to kind of your question on what might that, contract-based kind of agreement look like, I have a brilliant friend who just released a just transition guide. And it's had some really, really great traction. I would urge you to just grab your phone right now and ask Mushum Google what the Just Transition Guide is, and that's Melina. And one of the things that she taught me was we are economic hostages. And when you look at things like UNDRIP, the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People, one of the articles talks about free, prior, informed consent. And I think as Indigenous people, and when you look at the actual, the guiding ways that is natural law, the things that make things so in this world, we're often in conflict with that when it comes to industry, when it comes to innovation, when it comes to moving forward as people, right? And so I always am so challenged, I'll say, when we look at, new projects moving forward, and it's like we've gone through consultation processes, we've done our due diligence to look at the impact of a project, right? But is that truly informed consent, right? And then we have to question ourselves too as Indigenous communities, as Indigenous people, to say, is that informed consent? Are we aligned with natural law and the guiding values of our communities? Because really, I think probably 99% of the time we are not. And I understand we're a part of a transition. The transition meaning we rely on oil and gas. This pen, these clothes, the vehicle I drove in to get here. I would be a hypocrite to say that we need to do away with all of this today. That's just not a reality, right? But I think in this idealistic world that we want to live in, I think we really need to rethink what informed consent actually looks like. And that conversation around economic hostages, it's like we need to create a transition that is actually equitable and that creates a pathway for those folks that want to transition out of non-renewable sectors and create competitive wages in renewable sectors and environmental sectors, right? Because, my little brothers work in those areas and they're like, hell no, I got a cushy little job, I'm comfortable here. But morally, ethically, that doesn't sit well with them. But what are their options, And a lot of us, I'm sure, have asked ourselves that exact same question. Do you feel good extracting from the earth as it's literally on fire? We need to ask deeper questions and create real solutions that compete with the reality of what's happening.
Thank you. I hope that answered your question. I have to end.
Sorry, can I just build off that as well? When we're talking about career advancement and you're thinking about Indigenous youth, because that's the next generation of leaders and that's our workforce, right? But these Indigenous youth are experiencing eco-anxiety, okay? So when you're talking about career advancement, what comes to my mind already is colonial standards. So institutions, credentials, all of these things. And yes, we do need that, but if we can't use those skills and that education and bring it back to our community with the proper resourcing to uplift our communities, then Indigenous youth don't want to be part of that type of transition, okay? That's not an equitable transition. you know, you look at the power consumption even in this province, a lot of it is going to industrial consumers, and yet we still have communities experiencing energy poverty in this province. My own community, some of the power bills for our elders are $1,000 a month. That's ridiculous. So where are the resources going? And Indigenous youth don't want to be sucked into that industrial system where they're just feeling used and exploited. So that's what I want to leave this with. Thank you.
Thank you. That's wonderful. And that's it. Thank you very much for listening to our panel. Is anybody closing up? There he is. There's the man.
Big round of applause for all our panelists. McMaster University is looking for new applicants, so if that's a place you're interested, they're one of our major sponsors. So anyways, again, please big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you for your guys' expertise. Very thoughtful, very passionate, and very amazing to hear all of your guys' thoughts and your leadership in your guys' communities. So have a beautiful afternoon, and thanks for being a part of the panel. All right. So, I have been told by FNPA staff that it is now over 4 o'clock and the room needs to get switched over for the gala tonight at 6. So doors open at 6 o'clock. You do not have to go home, but you cannot stay here. So that means you need to get out and mingle downstairs and then come back for 6 o'clock for our awards gala. Thank you. I hope you guys have a beautiful couple of hours. If not, I'll see you at the gala later tonight. So again, take care. Enjoy. Bye.
you.